like this, where we get to see new products, new innovation, and ultimately we get to see what the best minds in science in our industry are bringing in terms of practical solutions to producers throughout the world. If I stay on the cutting edge of technology, I can help to introduce that technology to the producers that I work with. I can hopefully help to make the jobs that the most important people in our industries do every day, the workers on our farms. Hopefully I can make their jobs easier. Hopefully I can make their jobs more efficient. And hopefully with new technology, I can create value for all of the different stakeholders in our pork supply chain. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about this event. At this web conference by Swine IT, we bring together the smart farming suppliers that are transforming the swine industry with the 5.0 revolution. I'd like to invite you as our audience today to meet the cutting edge technologies that are a part of the future of our industry. Why 5.0? Well, ready or not, the swine industry is ready for a revolution. Swine industry 5.0 is here. We've come a long ways from moving swine into confinement, from moving from natural reproduction into artificial insemination, from moving to farrow to finish operations to multi-site production. But if you think about it, we haven't had a tremendous amount of breakthrough innovation in the last couple of decades. Now, while we're still working hard to develop methods for interconnecting new technologies to improve the pig farm's efficiency and productivity, and that's really the central principle behind the Industry 4.0, the next phase of industrialization is already upon us. Less than a decade has passed since we first heard about Industry 4.0, yet visionaries are already forecasting the next revolution, Industry 5.0. If the current revolution emphasizes the transition into the Internet of Things enabled innovative facilities that utilize cognitive computing and interconnect via cloud servers, Industry 5.0 is set to focus on the return of human hands and minds to the industrial framework. In simple words, Industry 5.0 is the revolution in which man and machine are going to go ahead and reconcile all of the different innovation components that lead to successful production. Today, we're going to see how that 5.0 concept can shape the future of the swine industry and how we do pig production. Now, I'm going to be here today to be your moderator to help guide us through this journey, but we've invited 10 revolutionary folks who are already heading into the next level of the swine industry to really guide us in this journey. I'm pretty sure we're going to learn a lot from them today. Before we get started, we have to thank our sponsors. Without their wonderful contributions, an event like this could not be possible. And I want to specifically highlight the folks at MetaFarms, the folks at Barn Tools, the folks at Summit Smart Farms, at Scove, at Leo, and at Every Pig for their gracious contributions, not only in helping support this conference in terms of the financial capacity of it, but certainly the intellectual capacity, bringing us the knowledge and innovations that we are so excited to hear from today. Thank you to all of our sponsors for all that you do to support this event and our entire industry. Okay. Let's start our first section with Drs. Rosero, Hans Ulrich Jensen, Brian Parker, and Dr. Lynn Harris. Let's have a short video from the first speakers. it's my honor to welcome our first speaker and our keynote speaker to today's conference. Dr. David Rosario is a senior nutritionist and technical leader with the Hanor Company. He oversees the nutrition programs, the research program, and all the innovation efforts within their business. He's been recognized for his research, including the Emerging Scholar Award by the American Society of Animal Science and a Research Innovation Award by the National Pork Board. Please joining me in welcoming Dr. David Rosario to the stage for our first presentation entitled Smart Farming Under Commercial Conditions, Lessons Learned. Dr. Rosario, the floor is yours. I think you're still on mute, Dr. Rosario. Okay, very good.
What about now?
Very good.
Good morning. Let me know if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Not quite yet. All right, now you're pulling up. Looks good.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It is a great honor for me to start this discussion on Pig Farm 5.0 revolution. I am grateful to Martin and the Swine team for the invitation. I think it's going to be a very enjoyable, very that will involve all of us in the industry. Thank you to everybody that is attending this conference, for your time and your effort. So the way I wanted to start is I pointed out to the year 2020, which is a year that we will never forget, especially in the swine industry. A year that brought us challenges, but also made us stronger. A year where technologies have brought us together and moved faster and have proved us the value of them, and that in which companies that have made progress in these technologies have advanced rapidly. Me, 2020 and the COVID-19 pandemic was the turning point for us in the swine industry of the Pig Farm 5.0 revolution. I think the use of technologies, the digital revolution, in the Internet of Things, will lead us into a new area. It's going to be much better. Why point is because during this time we learned that small actions, especially technologies, led to big changes that were important at the time. So define Farm 5.0 revolution. We advance our society into a super smart society by definition 5.0. At the same time, agriculture is advancing from 4.0 to 5.0, in which technologies that have been developed with the Internet of Things, connecting things through cloud and edge computing, now will be enhancing the power of data by the use of artificial intelligence and robotics. Together, it will help us to make farmer capacity to solve complex challenges in our these revolution
Dr. Rosario, I'm going to jump in and interrupt you. We have a little bit of problem with the microphone here right now. We were hearing some of what you were saying, but on my end, I couldn't hear everything perfectly. And then in our chat, I think some of our listeners are hearing some, but not everything. So I think we're going to take a quick time out here. They may pull you backstage to work on the microphone. We may even skip ahead to a new presenter here if we can't get the microphone situation worked out. Thank you to everybody out there in the audience, and thank you to the feedback that we've been receiving. I've got our YouTube chat up here right next to me, and I'll be keeping an eye on all of your comments throughout the meeting today. And we'll be using those comments to help ask questions to our speaker. So thank you very much for the feedback. We will get the microphone situation sorted out. How fitting that with a technology conference, we have to overcome some technology hurdles to effectively pull it off. It sounds to me a lot like implementing technology on a pig farm. I have never walked in with a new set of technology and pulled it out of the box and had it work magically the first time. So we'll get it sorted just like on the pig farm. And we look forward to bringing Dr. Rosero back once we have some better audio so that we can all hear his very important message. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next speaker now. We're going to bring up Dr. Jensen early in hopes that the microphone situation was just something local with Dr. Rosero. It's my honor now to introduce Hans Ulrich Jensen. Hans is a pig production specialist at the Skove team. He's got a master's degree in animal science at the Royal Veterinary and Agricultural University in Copenhagen. And we certainly want to thank Skove not only for providing Dr. Jensen, but also for their gracious support of the event in general. I've had the wonderful experience of getting the opportunity to spend some time in some Skove barns, not only in Europe, but also here in the United States. It's a different type of ventilation system, but certainly it's one that has demonstrated it can work extremely well in the appropriate environments. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Hans Ulrich Jensen as he brings to us a presentation entitled ProGrow, Taking Pork Production to the Next Level. Dr. Jensen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Loud and clear. Sound very good.
Perfect. That sounds good. It's from Denmark, so it's in the afternoon right now for me.
Good afternoon to you, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Yes, the headline for my presentation today is taking pig production or pork production to the next level and actually using real-time data to optimize the pig production. My focus today will not be on the tech side. I'll go a little bit into the technology side of it, but I will actually talk more about the value that we believe through our customers, that we actually deliver real-time value for them when they have our system. I'll have some cases from our customers, and at the end I'll have a short look into the future. This is actually the ProGrow concept. I'll just put my point on. And this is the whole concept with all the sensors in it. This concept is actually it was released in 2016. So we have been working with some years, and we have gathered a lot of information and knowledge about it. Right now, we are introducing a new camera, the DOL 65 camera. It's a 3D camera, whereas the old generation was a 2D camera. So this is actually the new stuff. We are also working on a new cloud-based farm online solution. But what you will see today, the data collected today, is actually on the current version. So we have these sensors. We have the camera that can monitor the weight of the pigs. We have the feed weigher. We have the water meter, and we have our controller. And this controller is actually a two-part controller. It's a ventilation controller and it's a production controller. So we can control the ventilation, and we can actually also control the production, meaning that we have feed programs. We can actually monitor all things that actually happens in the barn, and we actually also have a batch system, so it's very easy for the customer, the farmer, to make batches when he has shipped the pigs for slaughter. All the data is actually processed in our farm online platform, so the farmer can have it on his PC or on his phone. So actually, on the road, he can actually see if everything is okay. If we go back to the camera again, how many cams do you need for a whole section? In this case, in this drawing, we have 8 cameras. But normally, we install cameras, so we will be covering between 5 and 20% of the animals in a section, house or barn. So it'll be a trade-off. So we'll be monitoring some of the pigs, but when we talk about the feed and the water, it will always be on section level. So all the feed we will be collecting the data from the feed weigher will be on the whole section, the same for the water meter. So when you have this system, this can actually give the customer in real time data actually on the growth. We can monitor the growth of the pigs while they are growing actually. And some of the cases afterwards is actually where we look at the different data from the different sensors and actually also combining them. Because what is very important here is the more sensors we put in, the more factors we get into the equation. So we actually get a deeper insight into the production if we add on the camera, the feed weigher, the water meter, and also the ventilation. So we have the growth. We actually have a response on the feeding strategy, meaning that we can actually detect if we have a shift in feed in the nursery period. We can actually detect if it's on the right time or if it's too early. Normally, we'll see a response on the daily gain if it's too early, not if it's too late. And again, with the water meter, again, feed and water consumption, we can measure that. Also, the climate strategy response, meaning that do we provide the right climate for the pigs in the barn? And I actually have a very good example about that from one of our customers that actually showing if you don't provide the right climate, you will have a missed opportunity of growth actually, because in this case they were freezing. And actually also the activity level, meaning that due to the camera we can actually overlook the activity. And it's very easy to see if the activity level is dropping, then we need to phone the farmer and say, okay, something is happening because we can see the number of weighings is going down. Something has happened. Can you please tell me why? And sometimes they actually know what happened, and sometimes they don't. This is just to show you an overview from one of our customers in Denmark. This is a finisher farm. They're producing 60,000 finishers a year. And what I want to highlight is actually they have this system in one of their barns. And what I just wanted to highlight is actually that it's very easy for the farm manager sitting at his office to overlook this production in this particular barn due to the system. He can see that they are at day 37. We have approximately 1,340 pigs inside. We can see that the temperature is around 25 degrees Celsius. We can see that the ventilation is on max. We can actually see that the average weight of the pigs is around 38 kilos. We can see the maximum, we can see the minimum weight. We can actually see the number of pictures taken per day. At that time, when I captured the picture, we could actually see the daily gain. Most important is that we could actually see how much feed have they been eating the last 24 hours. Meaning when I looked at the screen yesterday afternoon, the pigs have been eating around, if it's in pounds, around 5 pounds. Yesterday, above 5 pounds, and right now they have been eating around 3 pounds. So actually, it's very, very easy to see that if the production is going the wrong way, we can actually act very, very fast. And again, we have the total amount of feed for the whole section from start to day 37, and we actually also have how much feed have they been eating at the moment. So it's very easy for farm managers to overlook multiple barns, just to look at the screen, say, okay, is everything okay? Something is not going wrong in, for example, section 1. We need to address that. I need to phone my farm workers. And when we talk about the staff, our experience is when the farmer has this system, it's actually easier for him to teach, educate, motivate his employees to walk the extra mile to improve the production. It's very, very easy because it's numbers. It's not what we think. We have the numbers, so they can actually see if they do the right thing or maybe doing some mistakes. And again, for advisors, it's very easy for them to overlook the production, phone the farmer, ask the good questions. Why did that happen? Tell me why. Let's fix it. So now I'll head on to some of our cases from our customers, and this is in Danish, but I just wanted to highlight for you that the columns here is actually indicating, this is a wiener production in Denmark. The columns are indicating the daily gain. So you can see that this is actually pretty good, but you can actually see in 3 days we have a very low daily gain. I talked to the farmer about this and said, okay, tell me, what did you do from day 8 to day 9? And he said, oh, we changed the feed from feeder 1 to feeder 2. I said, okay, that might be too early, because you can see that your pigs in the barn, they have actually reacted negatively on that change of feed. Maybe you should do it more gradually than he did, because it was a sudden change of feed. Maybe do it over 5 or 6 days, or maybe move it 1 day so he can take care of the smallest pigs, providing them with the right type of feed. And when we talk about the feed, we have a cooperation with a feed mill in Denmark, and they actually use this system to get knowledge about their own feed, but actually also helping their customers to bring more value into the pig barns using these systems. And the experience we have from this cooperation is that they actually, if they work hard together with the farmer, they actually succeed in improving their FCR by using the system, and a general better performance. Again, this is the water uptake, and it's not so clear compared to the other one, but this is actually, you can see there's a downslope in the water uptake, and they were actually medicating the pigs just after placement and through the water, and we all know that they are sensitive to taste, so actually they stopped drinking as much as they were supposed to. So we can see the small changes every day. Again, this is from another farm. This is a finisher farm, and the blue line is the water uptake per pig per day, and the green one is the feed. It's a Liberton feed, and you can actually see that it's fluctuating, and that's quite normal. They don't eat the same amount of feed every day. It will be going up and down. If we had the temperature here, maybe the temperature could be and could explain why it's going up and down if it's too hot. But what you can see is that the water level, the water uptake is actually stagnating. It's decreasing. And actually the farm manager, he was actually looking at the data, and he said, okay, I could see that the water uptake was decreasing, so I had to react. So he went through all his pipes, all his filters, and he actually found one filter, the main filter, that was actually clogged. So he cleaned it, and you can see the pigs responded, starting drinking a lot of water. Without this system, this took him approximately 8 days to discover this downtrend. If he hadn't had this system, it could be a lot more. You can see that it didn't compromise the feed uptake, but at the end, we know without water, the pigs are not eating. So it could have been compromising the feed uptake. Also, you can see that we actually have a very steep reaction on the feed uptake here, and that was actually due to change of feed. This farm very different from a lot of finisher farmers in Denmark. They actually use fermented corn in their recipes, and the pigs, they love it. They love the taste of it, and they actually, the silo that was handling the fermented corn was actually, it broke down, so they had to change to a barley wheat recipe, and you can actually see the consequences. The pigs, they react instantly on changes in feed. This is another example of the impact of what with the management in the barn. This is actually from a US farm. We have the blue line is the feed uptake. We have the red line is the water uptake, and then we have the reference curve for the water uptake. And you can see we have a huge decline in both water and feed. And that was due to some kind of flu that went through the herd, and the farmer, of course, he did water medication to treat them, and you can see that there's a very huge impact on the pigs were, of course, sick, but also an impact on maybe the taste of the water due to the medication. So we can find all these small things that actually matters. We can detect them. This is another example from a farm in Czech Republic, and this is actually where we combine the activity and the temperature. This is a weaner production. They were just newly weaned, and they were around 12, 11 pounds at weaning these pigs. And normally we advise to have a temperature, start temperature around 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 26 degrees Celsius at the beginning. On this farm, they had a problem with the heater. The farm manager already knew that at the beginning. They had the problem, they needed to fix it. So you can actually see that the blue line, the temperature is actually fluctuating, and it has a low at around 60 degrees Fahrenheit, around 16 degrees Celsius. So way too cold for the small pigs. The heating system was actually repaired, and you can see now the controller is controlling both the heating and the ventilation, and the temperature is on track. But what is most important is this curve down here, the red one, is actually the number of weighings, actually as an indicator of the activity. So you can see normally we'll have around, with the current system, have around between 500 and more than 1,000 weighings per day per pen. So in this case, you can see that it's very, very low. And immediately after the temperature has increased, the activity level increases, meaning that this was a two climate system. So all the small pigs, they were lying under the cover, keeping warm, not drinking, not eating at all. So this is just to show that the right climate at the beginning is actually good for the pigs. They come up with a good start and actually starts eating, starts growing. So using the activity level is actually a very, very good way to measure the impact of what you're doing. And if we look at response time on the different sensors, the activity level coming from the camera is fast, the water is fast, feed is also fast, weight is a bit slower. So if you combine all the sensors together, you actually have a complete picture, and you can actually react on what happens in the barn. And the most important thing here is actually for the farmer to learn how to look at the data and compare it to what he's actually doing, because there's a lot of insights in the management and the data together. and there's a lot of work looking into that. Okay, what will the future bring? Hopefully we'll get some good ideas on the table today in this presentation, but my guess is that we'll be working on now. When we look at the camera, this camera can be used for multiple purposes. So it's not for monitoring the weight of the pigs. It can also be used for a lot of other things. But I believe that we'll be going from just not looking at a percentage of pigs in a barn. We'll be looking at pen level, maybe on the single animal level, meaning that we need to use electronic air tags. Also to have a slaughter forecast, meaning that we can actually give the farmer, the farm manager, a heads up and saying, okay, if your pigs are continuing to grow with this speed they have right now, in the next couple of weeks, you will have X number of pigs ready for slaughter. Also, sorting out for slaughter is actually also very, very important for pig farmers. And when we introduced the system, they said, when can you deliver a system that can sort our pigs out for slaughter? I said, we are not ready yet. And they said, you just phone me when you have, because then I'll buy it. Because we all know that it's hard both for the pigs and for the employees to sort out pigs for slaughter. Again, behavior, unwanted behavior, tail biting, ear suckling, whatever. You can use the camera for that, and I believe that that will also be the future. The same with the health. Are we able to monitor the health of the pigs using camera technology? Right. Also, trend warnings, more intelligent alarms that actually, based on algorithms, is actually telling the farmer that by analyzing the data that he has a down trend in his feed uptake, a stagnation, they need to react on it way before they see the consequences on the production. And again, at the end, we'll also have a system that helps the farmer taking decisions, giving him advices. We have a drop in the feed. Okay, please check these 5 things, because we know they have a great impact on the feed uptake. Please check them. If they are okay, we need to go further into it. Maybe phone your advisor, so you will keep your production on a high level all the time. Yeah, I think that was pretty much what I had in mind.
Very good. Thank you for that wonderful presentation, Hans. I really appreciate how you talked about the application of your technology in the fattener farm, in the growing pig barn. And that's a big growing pig barn, but I think too often we think of innovation and technology as for the sow farm first, for the breeders first, and then we move it to the growing pigs. But where do we actually create value in this industry? Where is the primary expense and the primary cost for mistakes made? It's in those fattening pig populations. So I think that's really neat. You've applied it to those farms as well.
Yeah. And we can actually see the potential is huge, both on the win to finish production that you have in the US, but also on the nursery and the finisher production. There's a huge potential actually to optimize. Yeah.
You know, when I think about how I as a veterinarian work with most finishing clients, I think there's tremendous opportunity for us to be more proactive in addressing problems, because you nailed it when you said, you know, we often wait until the performance problem is observed before we do the investigation, before we find the problem and then find the solution. And with the finishing pigs, that's normally a closeout. All of those pigs have been harvested. And I think about, you know, myself, my processes are, you know, we review the closeout at the end of the group. And often then we'll do a pre-fill inspection before the next group. So we'll look for those maintenance problems. We'll look for those waterers or drinking systems that aren't working very good and cost us a lot of opportunity in the last group.
Yeah.
But I think there's tremendous opportunity for us to use this technology. And that leads me to the first question we have from our viewers.
Yep.
Are you able to set alerts and able to set thresholds for out of specification events like the temperature or the water consumption or the feed utilization? Can you set those alerts and automatically have the system tell you when you have a problem?
Yes, you'll have alarms. Yeah. If your feed consumption is decreased, or if your water consumption is decreased, or the temperature is too high, you'll get alarms. Yeah.
Very good. And thank you to all of our viewers who've been adding in the comments. If you're not active in the chat, please go there. I see some people introducing themselves. We've got folks from Russia. We've got folks from Costa Rica. We welcome everyone from around the globe. So please post your questions here. And I think you've already answered this, but one of our audience members did ask about getting pig weights. They asked if that was possible today, and it sounds like not maybe with this technology, but I know everybody's looking at the cameras to potentially add that in the future.
Yeah, the thing is right now is that if we wanted to make the slaughter forecast, sorting out for slaughter, we need a camera in each pen. And right now the cameras are actually too expensive. So we need to, we know that they'll get cheaper. So we need to get that. But actually we have customers, finishers customers that have this system, and they actually use this system to get a hold of the fast runners, because we know in the finishing period there are pigs that are 3 weeks ahead of the others, and you can actually market them way too early, earlier than. And when you are behind your sorting out, you're behind, and they just get bigger and bigger. So and some are actually very surprised when they can see how fast some of the fastest pigs actually are growing.
Yeah, you brought up the hardware. So how about the cameras and the sensors? Are those pieces of equipment that the producer should plan to replace annually, or do we think the lifespan will be fairly long for the hardware pieces?
Normally the weight is the feed weigher. We have had that it's developed in Skov, so we have had that for 30 years. So it's actually, if it's placed in the right environment, that's not inside the barn, it can last if you clean it. And the same for the water meter if you have filters in front, because they are sensitive to dirt, of course. But we haven't had on the old cameras, we have maybe changed 1 or 2 cameras. It's well seldom that we replace the camera. They need cleaning some because of dust and fly shit, but normally they work. Yeah.
Very good. And then I think time for one last quick question. Somebody asked about, are we measuring water disappearance or actual consumption? I have to imagine this is water disappearance. No way to tell the difference about some water that might end up in the pit or something like that. This is just amount of water flowing into the barn.
Yes, and that's why it's important that the water that go through the water meter is the water that goes to the drinkers, and not for spraying or whatever you have in. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Well, I can't thank you enough, Hans, for being a part of the conference today. Excellent presentation. You did a wonderful job, and thank you very much again to the entire team at Skov for your contributions.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to rewind a little bit. We've got the audio issue sorted out with our keynote speaker, Dr. David Rosero, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce him again for any folks that weren't on right as we started at 8 o'clock. Our keynote speaker, Dr. David Rosero, joins us today from his role with the Hanor Company, where he is a senior nutritionist and technical leader. Dr. Rosero oversees the nutrition programs as well as the research and innovation efforts throughout the company. He's been recognized for his research and received such accolades as the Emerging Scholar Award by the American Society of Animal Science and a Research Innovation Award by the National Pork Board. And I can tell you from my experience with the Hanor Company, they are a pig production system that relies on innovation and is generally at the cutting edge of innovation and technology. So please join me as we bring back our keynote speaker, Dr. David Rosero, and he shares with us his experiences with smart farming under commercial conditions, and in particular, his lessons learned. Dr. Rosero, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning again, Dr. Johnson. Can you hear me well now?
I hear you very well.
All right, please feel free to interrupt me if something goes wrong as we play with technology here.
Yes, we'll
Okay,
certainly do so.
all right. Good morning, everybody, again. Apologize for the technical issues we had before. I am honored to be here this morning and to start the discussion on the pig farm 5.0 revolution. I am grateful with Dr. Goncalves, the Swine team, and all of you that are joining this morning. I wanted to start this presentation with the year 2020 that we'll never forget. It is a year that brought us many challenges. It's a year of a pandemic that had also made us stronger. It's especially important for technology because it has accelerated the development of many technologies in the digital area and the Internet of Things and the smart farming especially. Um, I believe this is the tipping point for us to move into the pig farm 5.0 revolution because things that we have done, small actions we have taken during this pandemic, have produced big changes and have made us move forward faster. So as we move our society towards a smart society, by definition, this is the society 5.0. Agriculture is moving along to the 5.0 area, and especially for us big producers, as we bring together technologies, new technologies from the information system area, now together with the Internet of Things to augment the capacity of the farmers to solve complex problems. So especially important into the adoption of the Internet of Things, as we saw in the previous presentation, but also the integration of that information into artificial intelligence exercises that then can lead to solving of the problems. This is our take on the pig farm 5.0 revolution from the commercial perspective. We believe digital transformation and smart farming have to come together as they will play together role into improving our systems. Uh, Along with digital transformation, we have business intelligence, cloud and edge computing, the management of big data, and then all of that leading to an artificial intelligence and the sub areas like machine learning and deep learning. All of this is possible because of the rapid development of sensors, as we saw in previous presentations, but also the application in robotics into our smart farms. I'm just listed some of the key areas that our systems, commercial systems, are dealing with, and the impact of each of the technologies with intensity in green on how they apply to each of these systems, each of these challenges. For instance, we need to improve our efficiency into our systems and improve productivity and of course profitability because we have limited resources and we have an ongoing cost pressure. So technologies in the digital transformation will be very important along with the Internet of Things and robotics. Things that we talked before, and I think it will make us better. And just taking the last point is over time in our commercial systems, we are increasingly having challenges on having qualified labor. Robotics, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence will play a major role here as we have increased reduction in the access of qualified labor. So information-based management cycle is going to lead us towards the pig farm 5.0 revolution. This is the data cycle adapted with the smart farming application as we producers in the field advance our pig farms through Internet of Things sensors towards computing system applications that now that we can integrate into cloud computing and edge computing, all of that integrating data into data lakes that now we can apply business intelligence softwares and statistical softwares for a decision process. This is what we're going to become even faster and better with the use of artificial intelligence. And finally, for us, is very important to any of these in any of these technologies that can lead us into a decision to implement and have an action plan. So this is a cycle that we'll need to go through as we go into Pig Farm 5.0 revolution. So our approach from the commercial perspective, our approach to this revolution has been to establish a scientific base team and scientific based capabilities. Our objective for the Smart Farm team has been to evaluate the new technologies that can impact pig productivity and profitability that are accurate. This is very important. So the three things we look into every technology is that have to be accurate, they have to be reliable, they have to be implementable in commercial pig farms. We are not developers of technologies, but rather implementers of technology. And coming back to the tipping point, I think us, together with many of you that are in the early adopters, will be coming into adopting this rapidly and improving our systems. We have applied pillars that are important to these evaluations because of our scientific background and our scientific approach from the team. We apply these to evaluate new technologies. Also very important is the active collaboration with discovery centers in universities and private entities. We know we have to work together. We know that we together can move faster and more. So we have brought to our team very, very key people within the team that are data science driven and technology driven, but we have also opened doors to collaborate with data engineers, with innovative startups, to software solution companies, to business intelligence services. And then finally, what we do for the commercial pig farm has to be a data and financial driven decision. So this was early on into our process of increasing our adoption to the Internet of Things. We call it the Internet of Pigs, and this was our Hannover Smart Farm projects. And so in the way that I explained before, we set up our commercial farms, some of them into smart farms, in which we can implement and evaluate and improve together with the companies, sensors, cameras, and information systems. So this is just an example of what we took it as a project. Now we have 2 or 3 years within each of the sow farms, and one of the sow farms, one finished farm, and just testing technologies. Right here is a graph just to illustrate how we track the weights in different barns through the cameras where we have implemented, and how that is very common today, to track environmental sensors. But we'll go deeper. So in our evaluation process of the technology, as I said before, we take a scientific and financial approach. So these will be things that we look to every technology alone, and is taking the same approach and is as our research capabilities is for environmental sensors, feed bean sensors, smart cameras, telemedicine, robotics for farm activities, just to mention some of the examples. How we evaluate the accuracy, reliability, and implementation. Again, the green color will show you how the intensity of the green color will show you how this has been improved, or it has achieved what we believe is optimal in accuracy and reliability. And then when we have passed that phase, we need to analyze if this is cost effective, of course. If this is a technology that will help us to reduce costs or improve profitability. In the last presentation, there was some discussions about predicting the weight of pigs. This is an example I'm going to show today. It is as just taking as an example now, and this is only to show you how we evaluate technologies. We have achieved accuracy of predicting those weights, but we're working together with those companies in improving reliability, and I'll go deeper into what that means for us, and the implementation. So we heard the last presentation talking about marketing processes of the pigs. This is very important for us, but we have to be able to implement cameras through the barn and through our sites and through our company. This will be very important for us, for instance, because we know it will improve revenue. It will reduce costs, having to feed the pigs extra as they have achieved an optimal weight. And this will be one of the key drivers for profitability. So going a little deeper and just taking as an examples on the smart cameras, and I'll have another example here. But my intention is only to show an example on how that collaboration and how that evolution with the companies have been. This camera is a camera that we collaborate with a Colombian company. In each of the squares, you can see is the prediction of weights of each of the barns. The different dots are where we had in the pens where we had cameras. The blue line is showing you the first evaluation of the camera with their algorithm they had, but then improving the camera prediction. It is the orange line after taking individual weights and after improving the algorithm and the artificial intelligence software in the camera, we have achieved a very accurate camera and predicting pen weights. This is real data of our last test and validation. Again, improving the accuracy of predicting the weight. That's the variable we're measuring. This was conducted early this year, and this is comparing the actual pen weights versus camera estimations, and the graph is showing you the relative difference. So the colors are the two rooms where we have cameras, and then just presenting you box plots here. So as you can see early on the test, pigs were about 80 to 100 pounds. The accuracy wasn't as we expected, but we also didn't have enough number of pigs during that weight range to improve the camera. We were more interested into predicting the weight of the pigs as they have grown to close to market weights, which for us is around 290 pounds. The camera is very accurate at that point, and taking all together, we estimate that the average error for the two rooms were around 3%, which for us is achieving the accuracy. Taking in place, if we look into close to the marketing period, it is even closer to a 0% error. So that is very good to us. Now we're moving into improving the reliability and implementation. This is again data from our tests. This is from September 2020 to January 2021. This is a mistake. And this is showing the uptime. So the uptime for us is showing how many cameras are giving us data, pig weights in this case, by day, right? So here you'll see that camera 5 in room 1 only had 30% of uptime during that period, and the average uptime for the whole test was about 80.5%. We expect these to be above 95%, so we can say that 95% of the time a camera is providing an estimated weight of a pen. So that estimation has to be by day in our tests. And then moving forward, this is the step we have to move forward in the pig revolution, I believe, is the use of that information into making decisions that matter into our commercial facilities. So here is a diagram of the 4 rooms where we had the cameras in one of the tests, and the blue numbers are showing you the number of pigs that need to be taken out from that pen that have achieved an optimal weight. So as we improve the camera and the price become better, and we can put a camera in the whole barn, we can actually give a report to a caretaker to use that as a tool for marketing processes. But this is just an example of showing you how then we can apply this technology on the smart camera. I'm going to move quick here on the sound sensors and the stimuli. Some of you might be familiar with the smart guard technology. This is a sound technology that hears the squealing of a pig and stimulate the sound through an electrical pulse and preventing pig crushing. We were very interested in reducing that mortality early on the pre-weaning, And the Smart Guard team has developed a really unique system, I believe, but we have to test it under our commercial situation. So this is, for every trial we do for nutrition, veterinary, and genetics, we do the same for technologies when it's needed. So this is an example of what we did. Under commercial conditions, we tested the Smart Guard in each of our farrowing rooms and against our control, which is a camera without the use of the device. The Smart Guard without the use of the sensing device. So we want to have big numbers because, especially for mortality traits, we know we have learned we have to use large number of sows and leaders. And this is just showing you the example of what we use for implementing that trial. And this is just showing you some preliminary data, and to me, just to show the value and why we have to do, from our perspective, apply these or test these technologies using a scientific approach. When we tested this technology, we had to balance our sows by body condition because we have learned that the body condition at which sows have entered the farrowing room had a big impact on pre-weaning mortality, and also by parity. So as the sow ages, that also matters. And this very preliminary data is showing that early on, that for sows that have entered the room as teen sows or ideal sows, they improve the pre-weaning mortality, but not so much for the fat sows. We're going deeper into this data to understand more, but this is just to illustrate our scientific approach. Now, in taking the second part on the digital transformation, I wanted to go quick into an exercise we did with Iowa State University, having to integrate all the data that we now have the capability to collect into a very large data set that then we can analyze statistically. For this analysis and exercise with the team, we were focused on the impact of PRRS into our whole herd. And so we use about 3,000 closeout groups, but then tie diagnostics data, tie some of sow farm data, and all the data we were able to tie into this to understand it. And just to go quick into examples of these results, this is showing a relationship of the PRRS status at weaning. 0 meaning that there's this first 16 weeks after becoming a positive farm with PRRS, and this is predicting the wean to finish mortality. And we can see that those pigs that were weaned from that sow farm during those first 16 weeks have a much larger wean to finish mortality. This is important to us to understand as we do business models and make decisions. This is an example on how we use that data in the same exercise, but tied to diagnostics from Iowa State University, just to show what is the impact of PRRS if the herd became positive early in the nursery or later in the finisher, having a greater impact if the pig was diagnosed through PCR to be positive with PRRS early in the nursery. So we, in addition to these, just two last slides I show, we analyze many variables, and this table is showing you just an illustration of just a summary of the different variables that were key to understand. So now why I'm showing you is because this is important for us then to take it into models to make decisions. And examples of that will be the forecasting productivity, for instance. So taking 14 sow farm variables, the model that Iowa State University developed, were able to account for 71% of that predicted variability in the wean to market mortality. So very important for us to do forecasting of how many pigs will go into market, having to know what are the variables of the sow farm. This is still improving, and as we feed the model with more data, we become more precise. So now, and the next step we're taking with this project is to simulate the productivity and profitability. PRRS is a disease that impacts for many weeks, and that has a big impact into a farm if that becomes infected. So we first needed to analyze the data. Then we had to integrate a simulation model because we needed to input a time dimension into the model. as I said, PRRS might become a farm might become infected with PRRS for 30 weeks or 40 weeks or 50 weeks, and that has an impact into the business, right? It changes the parity structure of the farm, and then we wanted also to simulate the intensity of that PRRS impact and how we manage that PRRS impact into that very long time. Very long time analysis. And then, of course, we needed to dynamic models for quick modification as scenarios. So here is just an example of what that process was into simulating the farm for 8 weeks. This is showing you the time in weeks and variables from the sow farm that included sow inventory. The gill entry, of course, we had to close the herd for some time, deaths that produced for sows, aborts, and the impact on the pigs born and pigs weaned and the full value pig at the end of the day into the market. And then we have to tie these with the economics, right? We have a dynamic market with diverse pig prices and diverse feed costs. So we need to simulate that as well. And at the end of the day, what is that meaning for our business? So taking all together, just to conclude the presentation, we believe that as we move in time and adopt smart farming technologies such as the Internet of Things, the real-time access to high quality of data, will improve our business and business profitability. But taken together with the digital transformation, this will increase even further. But the Pig Farm 5.0 revolution, which is defined for us as a smart, intelligent precision agriculture, will take it even further. And with that, and just leaving you with this lemma that is very common into our team, in God we trust, all others must bring data. I want to conclude this presentation and appreciate your time and welcome any of your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Acero. Excellent presentation. Really appreciate you bringing those concepts to us, particularly how you grounded robotics, the Internet of Things, or the Internet of Pigs. I love that term, and artificial intelligence, with the fact that these innovations have to bring value. They have to create improved financial situations for producers. Otherwise, they simply won't be adopted. And I also appreciate how you connected this to the labor challenges. Not only the labor challenges that we feel today, because they're certainly as bad as they've been any time in my career, but labor challenges we know have been an ongoing problem and will continue to be a challenge for our industry. We need to focus our technology solutions there because we simply don't have great other options. I do want to follow up and ask you a little bit about the pilot smart farms that you talked about. You mentioned that you have some barns that are smart farms today. If I'm another production system or another producer thinking about doing that in my system, do you have a recommendation on how many farms to start with, or what percentage of my farms should be smart farms so that I can start to go on this journey of the innovation 5.0, the revolution 5.0?
Very good question, and we are, early adopters, as you mentioned before too, and so we have to start with modifying and adapting farms, and just one farm, sow farm, one wing to finish farm. And the reason why is because as we adopt these technologies, we need to make sure those are reliable and implementable. I think we can take it as phases. Maybe one phase will be, farms where you can trust the data is collected accurately, that the systems will be working correctly every time, all the time. And then as you understand the technology, you can move to a phase 2, where you take a section of your company, say a region of your production system, and make it smart. I think as we move into that stage, then we'll understand better the financial implications of it. But we can now move farther unless we are confident on technology. That makes sense. So if you need numbers, we start with one of each phase. One smart farm in the sow area, one smart farm in the finish area. We're ready to move to our next phase, which will include, say, eight sow farms and 20 or 30 finish farms.
Yeah. Stage gate innovation process. Start with one, demonstrate the concept, and then expand it out from there. Oh, where would you say you're at with your pig weights, the measurements through the cameras and the estimation of the pig weights? Where are you guys as an organization at on that journey? Still in the 1 barn mode, up to the 8 barn mode, or let's push forward and take this to the whole system?
So yeah, good question. So with the first stage, so the 3 points I wanted to bring back: accuracy, reliability, implementation. Correct. We have worked together with the company to make to bring accuracy to a 97% in this case, which we are confident is better than the human eye. Now we're working towards reliability, and that's improved the system, right? Making sure the camera maintains clean most of the time, that it can be auto-sufficient with energy power, because if lights go off or the power goes up, it needs to keep working. And then I think it's implementation. So we are, if we go back to the phases, we have completed phase 1. We're moving to phase 2 now, but that's going to take us a huge amount of efforts into improving reliability and implementation.
On the weight accuracy, is that a 3% or 97% accuracy on the individual pig, or the average of that pen?
Is the average of that pen. Yeah, we don't have a way to track by pig now. Maybe next generation technologies will help us to identify pigs with cameras. Today, we can do it in a pen basis.
You brought up a good point. The cameras are going to be better than our eyes. As you've given the farm the list and showed them 6 pens from this pen, 6 pigs from this pen, 3 pigs from that pen, have you went in and tried to understand the percentage of the correct pigs the farm removes from those pens?
Correct. Yeah. We have started doing validation. We call it validation test now, to see if the computer will simulate better those number of pigs versus what the people will select it. And I will say, for a second time we go into the barn to take pigs out, variation can be huge into the eye of the person. And that has improved by 5 to 10%, that accuracy of selecting the right pigs.
Very good. And then last question for you here, Dr. Acero, before we'll let you go. As people think about implementing this technology, I assume this is commercially available. And could you give us some sort of a ballpark of what it would take for maybe a 2,400 head finisher or a common size barn in your system to have the hardware and software capability to do this?
Yeah, no, that's another good question. So we're working together with that company to make that financial effective. And at this moment, I cannot say that number, but I think it's something to think about. The companies develop Internet of Things and sensors and these technologies is as commercial farms, and we have I guess we have a large number of farms to implement it. So an upfront cost will be a limitation if that's too high, right? So I think what I've seen some companies doing, and I really enjoy, and that's following other industries' technologies, is to share the initial costs and do an ongoing cost. And the benefit of that is you don't have to decide on the upfront cost, right? And then you, at any point, you can say, well, I have tested, I don't think it's bringing any value. And the other part of that is we know technology is moving rapidly. So if I buy a camera today for, say, $1,500, $2,000, and implement into a barn, I know that in a year or two, that's going to become obsolete, right? So then that's the other question in the financial decision. And that's what I think this new model into sharing the cost, but then doing an ongoing cost will be very valuable as we move forward.
Very good. Thank you very much, Dr. Acero. Thank you for your wonderful presentation and for answering our questions. Please continue for the audience to add questions to our chat. We appreciate all your comments, all your feedback, and I think you'll see the Swine team continue to try and provide information for our speakers for follow-up questions even after these presentations. We've got Hans's contact information up here. We've got his LinkedIn right there that you can go click to ask him additional questions. I'm sure we'll be providing mechanisms to communicate with all of our speakers via this chat function. So keep an eye on that, contribute to that, bring the questions. We really appreciate them. They make my job a lot easier as a moderator if you give me good information and ideas to bring out of our speakers. Now let's move to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Brian Parker, who is the president of Ag Platform and the chief operating officer of MetaFarms, which is based in Burnsville, Minnesota. I'm sure everyone is familiar with MetaFarms. They've long been a leader in our industry in data management and helped to provide producers the information they need to make good decisions. Brian's here today to talk to us about the evolution versus revolution of the swine tech ecosystem. So without further ado, let's bring Brian up here to the main stage. And Brian, the floor is yours for the presentation.
All right, Dr. Johnson, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you great.
Perfect. And you can see the slide?
Slides are up and we are ready to roll.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. And it looks like we have a really good audience kind of across the globe. Something that's always very exciting to talk about. You know, this is a topic that is certainly near and dear to me. I've spent the majority of my career really kind of focusing on figuring out how do you use technology to solve, you know, business challenges. And so today I thought I'd kind of take a little bit of a look back, you know, is looking at from a evolutionary standpoint versus revolutionary in the time swine tech ecosystem, really where the industry is currently at today, and really the approach that MetaFarms is taking to really kind of start bridging that gap from the evolution phase over to the revolutionary side. And so, like I said, I know that we've got some time at the end of this presentation for questions, but again, I encourage you to type in as many questions as possible, and we'll make sure that we get them all answered for you. So, you know, it's kind of interesting, you know, this is a pre-COVID picture of a portion of our staff, and, you know, the portion on the upper right-hand corner is one of our teams, and we like to always, you know, give back to the community, and one of the things that we like to do on an annual basis is donate a couple of days to Habitat for Humanity and help build the house. And one thing that we certainly have realized is that we are much better at building technology than homes. But with that, we believe that the house is still standing, so we'll count that as a success. But really on the left-hand side, it is just kind of laying out the solutions that MetaFarms currently has in place today. And really, the point on this is these are what I can consider the fundamentals that make not only the evolutionary process possible, but really kind of help set the stage for how do we move into that revolutionary aspect of it. And so, you know, we're not just a one app data silo company. We really think of ourselves as really the hub of all production information. And so just helping kind of set the baseline of that one. You see the level of, you know, inventory that we hold. You know, on the sow side, we got roughly access to about 2.3 million active sows. On the finish component of it, grow finish, you know, we track about 30,000 weekly group movements. That really results in roughly 40 million annual marketed pigs as well. And then really looking at the feed component of it, tracking 23,000 weekly feed deliveries. And so really kind of why this is important, we'll touch upon in a little bit, because, you know, really data does matter as you're starting to look at that analytical aspect of it. Then really on that far left-hand side is, you know, our insights program. This is really get into more of, you know, you got all this data, now how do you visualize it, and how do you begin doing analytics on it? So that's our analytics solution. So obviously a lot of tech buzzwords here that are going on, and, you know, a lot of these components are being used in other industries, and really the pork industry is really just starting to scratch the surface on a lot of these. And I often get asked the question of, well, why isn't the pork, you know, industry further along? And really my simple answer to this is it's complicated. And then my follow-up question is, how much time do you have that you want to talk about it? Because there are so many various aspects to all these technologies, and they are complicated, and we do live in a an environment that is challenging to get past some of those challenges. And quite frankly, up until fairly recently, the industry has been a little adverse to rapidly deploying technologies. For perfect examples, that is, a few years ago we were at World Pork Expo. We're standing there with all of our mobile devices. A young kid walks up with his dad, pig farmers, and instantly the kid grabs a tablet and starts playing with it, right? And we start talking about how do you deploy that technology in a barn, and and all of a sudden a little bit of an argument ensued between the dad and the kid, going, well, there's no way we're allowing those devices in our barns. And the kid's like, well, yeah, this is what we have to do. We have to move from a paper process into more of an electronic process. And luckily for us, and really the industry in general, is the kid kind of won out on that conversation, and they ended up deploying a lot of that technology in the barn. And it's been really, really kind of cool to see, because over the last 3-4 years, we're starting to see this as regular adoption in a lot of these barns. So we really are kind of starting to fast track the deployment of some of these good technologies that really, have back end meaning and back end value when you really look at it. And so really the evolution process, this is kind of how I look at it, right? Is you got to get your core fundamentals right. And the core fundamentals are really the platform that you're going to be able to report on, to analyze, to really provide all that information. And so, if you don't get your core fundamentals right, everything else is going to be an absolute scramble. And so this is where MetaPharm just spent many, many years really trying to work with the industry, work with the producers to figure out, what are you trying to track, what's important to you, and putting those programs in place. The next phase of that really is about data. How do you get the data into the system on a absolute, streamlined process as possible? If it's not streamlined, how do you get it in there as quick as possible? Obviously, kind of where the evolution has come from is a lot of people have been writing stuff down on paper, sending it to the office, they type it into a system. That data could easily be 2 to 3 weeks late, and it's really, really difficult to start making decisions off of data that is that latent. And so the quicker you can get that data into the system, obviously the better that's going to be. You can really start making really real live business decisions. Now, no matter what you do to try and get the data in, right? There's so many complexities with our industry, is that not one single company can, collect all the data themselves, and nor should they, right? So there's going to be, other siloed applications out there. There are controllers, there's sensors, and so this is really the coin I'm kind of calling our production gateway. And so if we don't have an application that can get data into the system, this is really the tentacles that reach out and start having that back and forth data exchange. And then the next phase of that is really the insight. So you have all this data in your system. How do you view it, right? In the recent past, it's very, very spreadsheet heavy. Reams and reams of data, tons of spreadsheets, a lot of tabs going across. I sat back in one of our peer groups that we sit in, and a bunch of our producers were looking at the data, and not everybody's an analyst, and so all of a sudden you kind of start seeing the eyes get a little bit glassy, and that was a big wake-up call. And so we really started going down more of a visualization component of how do you present data back to the producer. This is also kind of the baseline, what I call for rudimentary analytics. And so as you get that data in, we've got programs that do farm analysis and benchmarking, and really that's to provide back to the producers to say, here specifically are the items that you're struggling with that you may want to look at, maybe put different procedures in place. It really kind of helps guide them to better productivity. And really where I see it kind of getting more into that evolutionary standpoint is really starting then to take that next step and get into that predictive and automated analytics, right? The more that we can automate, the more that we can send alerts, the more that we can kind of predict the future of what are you doing today that's going to drive future results, future value? That's ultimately where this industry needs to get to, and that's where, you know, it's obviously a challenge, but I think that this industry is definitely primed and ready for that. And so this is really just a different view of how, you know, I look at the MetaFarms platform, and you know, it really does begin with those core solutions, and that's really kind of all those you know, dots here in the middle. The production gateway, again, that's making all the connections into play with other systems. And then obviously the analytic insights, you know, that is kind of more that the progressive viewpoint of how do you view your data, and really, you know, how do you make those really informed decisions that are going to add to your bottom line. So let's talk a little bit about data capture, right? I said that, you know, 3 years ago, people were, you know, didn't want them in their barns, but it's just been an absolute explosion, and so that's been an incredibly positive thing. But one of the things that we learned along the way is that these can't just be dummy apps to collect information. They have to be somewhat intelligent, right? And so as we go through and look at how do we create applications, deploy them out, we really sit down with our producers, get in the barn with them, you know, let's talk about workflow. You know, what are the processes that you take? How do you move around the barn? And really start customizing the app based off of that. There's also a lot of complexities, right? They have to, you know, work online or offline. A lot of these barns don't have Wi-Fi, or some of them don't even have internet access, and so you have to give them those tools that they can work offline with. And just from an ease of use standpoint and customization, you know, our system has tons of fields that you can enter from even like from a breeding aspect of it, right? And not everybody collects that, and so you have to be able to customize these apps to say, okay, what are the fields that I collect, and don't show me the rest of them. And so it just makes that efficiency that much more, you know. And then you start thinking about some of the other add-ons. You know, with our mortality app, we recently added, you know, more of alerting systems to it. And so if you set your thresholds at the barn level, or at a site level, you know, if you go over your target number for what those mortalities are, boom, right there, it sends you an alert. And it's just one of those things that is really going to help producers, as you know, they want to start reacting a lot quicker, as opposed to, you know, waiting, you know, a number of weeks or months to really then start looking at, okay, well, yeah, okay, I see that my mortalities were high, but it would have been nice to know, you know, when it was occurring. And so now those are the types of things that are allowing us to do so. You know, and really where things are moving to is on the auto capture standpoint too, right? We've seen huge strides in sensors. The controllers are way better than they ever have been. And even like the ESF systems and computer vision, all that stuff, right, is now starting to capture information, you know, real time without really any human intervention. And so that's where that production gateway starts coming in and starts to be able to talk with those sensors, those controllers, to pull in the necessary data for our producers to start making better informed decisions. This is all great, right? But what's the problem? It's a really rough environment. You know, it's dusty, it's dirty, it's hot, it's cold. Pigs are big. You know, they bang into some of the technology, it can break. But you know, a lot of this technology advancement is there now, and even like tablets, right? They're $100 now. That, okay, well, if you break one in the barn, yeah, it's not the end of the world anymore. Where, you know, a few years ago you might be spending $500-600 for one. But a lot of this component too is just capital in general, right? Everybody thinks that, you know, oh, my cousin can develop a mobile app over the weekend. Okay, well, if you really think about doing it the right way, with making it intelligent, trying to get some of those alerts in place, you know, it's not that uncommon for us to spend over $100,000 on a single application. And so it really is kind of weighing that balance, and really figuring out, you know, what are the producers going to use, how are they going to use it, and what ultimately what the value is for that. The other aspect that you're always trying to find is there's so many different data silos, and so that's again the whole concept of that production gateway is, as there are a lot of still siloed applications in this industry, for better or for worse, that's totally fine, but we have to find a way to be able to connect to it. And so, you know, within MetaFarms, we connect to the majority of the packers, the feed mills, some of the transportation aspects of it, and really, like I said, mobile apps, and more apps. There's tons of applications out there. A lot of them do serve their own purpose, and it's just about us being able to tie in and be able to pull the data back and forth. Same thing with the barn solutions and and even the business solutions. For example, on the ESF systems, we basically interface real time with the NEAT system, and so information is basically passed back and forth seamlessly, and they're really just controlling inventory at one spot as opposed to do all this dual enter. And so as these technologies and people are willing to share information more and more, work together, that's just going to continue to reduce some of that redundancy. But one of the good things too is on that supplemental value add stuff. There's a lot of other programs out there that they, like with nutritionists, with pharmaceuticals, where they need the data to help their producers become better and more efficient. And a good example of that too is just kind of within AgView. It's a really good disease monitoring and response tool. But what do they need to run it, right? They need data, and so we can supply them with premise IDs, sites, barns, movement of pigs, and really let them specialize in an industry-wide initiative. And really, all that is really the kind of the passing of data. And so that's some of that supplemental value that you continue to be able to add as you're starting to collect more of that information. And then really just looking at the business solutions, right? The accounting and the finance, the ERP systems. In my opinion, right, there's really, really good accounting systems already out there with Business Central, SAP, NetSuite, right? Even QuickBooks. There's really well-established accounting systems. So why would you build a production management system right within an accounting system? It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. It's let's just make sure that those things act seamlessly back and forth, and really serve the better good. Just touching a little bit upon our analytic insights. And so, like I said, a lot of information in the past was captured and reported on via spreadsheets. And just within the MetaFarm system, I went through and did an inventory, and we had over 300 reports that kicked out in Excel. And so we really started challenging ourselves is, okay, well, how are people using these reports, and how can we do a much better job of bringing all this information in and synthesizing it in a way that really makes sense to our producers? And really what we've learned is that everybody wants to see things a little bit different than the other person, right? Like the head of production isn't going to want to see something like the service tech wants to see. The owner is going to want to have their own unique dashboards. And so our challenge was really to figure out, how do you leverage all that data that you're capturing now in real time, whether it's through the automatic pulls with sensors or it's through that mobile application, and how do you show that visualization for people to really start making those real-time decisions? And really it kind of comes down to one source of truth, right? Is they don't want to go pull a whole bunch of information from one system, go pull information from another system, dump it all into a spreadsheet, and then try and make sense of it, right? It's kind of that your one-stop shop for, all right, this is what I want to see. But it has to also be very practical. And so one of the practical examples that I have with this one is we were working with one of our customers, and they were having some mortality issues. And it was a large system, and they were having trouble tracking, which groups were struggling, which sites were struggling, and where in the phase were they struggling. And so we worked with them on this dashboard and allowed them to enter in what are their predicted or their tolerance levels for mortality at each age of the pig. And so we created a dashboard for them that basically showed all these little dots here, and this is kind of one of them on the bottom right there, about, okay, these are the ages of the pigs, this is your threshold for mortality at this side, and each of those dots then represented a group. So they could see early on whether some of those early groups were struggling, and lo and behold, that's where a lot of the struggles were, right? And if you don't get in front of those groups right away, obviously the longer they go on, the less chance you have to make some of those corrective actions or intervention components. And so it was really, really cool to see over a period of time, looking at a single chart of how those mortalities at those early stage levels all of a sudden just completely got shrunk, because they were able to really go send their vet out there, let's start acting right now. And so that's some of the benefit stuff that we've really seen from our insights program. And so it really kind of comes down a little bit as you start moving into more of that predictive analytics. I always think of the past doesn't necessarily dictate the future, but it really does provide a good baseline. And so you need to have a really, really good set of data if you're going to start getting into some of the more advanced analytics and predictive analytics as well. And so just kind of looking at our system, just over the course of a number of years, we got records on 14 million sows, 322 million piglets within our system. We've started 337 million pigs and 9 million feed deliveries, and 330 million carcasses. We've got all that detail now in our data warehouse, and so that's starting to set that stage of how do we get from just some kind of what I'll call core basic analytics to that next revolutionary aspect of getting into the machine learning and that type of stuff. And so like Dr. Johnson said, we're ready for that revolution, and I think we're right at that tipping point, and that's what's super, super exciting to me. But as we start exploring these opportunities and looking at predictive intelligence, one of the things that you always have to keep in mind is that what is the practical application of what you're trying to solve, right? If you think that you're just going to dump all this data into a machine and all of a sudden this magic formula is going to spit out, that's not necessarily how it works. And so you really have to figure out what are you trying to solve, and then you have to ask the question is, okay, well, how do I train that model, right? And a good example of that is even just kind of with cameras. There's a bunch of cameras out there that kind of can weigh pigs and track pigs and the movements, and I simply ask the question of, well, does it automatically pick up the pig and it knows exactly what pig it is, or do you have to train that model to say, okay, this is sow 1, 2, 3, this is sow 4, 5, 6, right? And so that's where some of these models do need to be trained. And then the question is, how do you train it? Another thing to really think in mind is what you're trying to do repeatable? And I would say that's a really big question, because if it isn't repeatable, then you have to really think about, well, how much time and what is that value going to be if it isn't, and what are those certain variations to it? And so, my closing comments on this one is, you have to really level set on what your expectations are, because if you're going to try and conquer the world right from the beginning, two things are probably going to happen, and it's going to get very, very, very expensive, and there's a very high likelihood that you're going to fail. And so I would just say, kind of take that approach to it, maybe try and solve one problem, and then start expanding out as we go. And so really kind of my closing slide here is, that evolution versus the revolution, right? You see the steps here. I firmly believe that we're kind of in that insights evolution standpoint, really kind of with getting a bunch of data together, getting the visualizations, because those visualization tools have really, really come a long way. But we're really kind of at that cusp of predicted and automated analytics, and to me that's really, really exciting, because that, to me, if you can do that right, the value that you're going to be able to add back to the producers is going to be absolutely huge. So with that, I'd like to stop there and open up the conversations.
Thank you very much, Brian. Using technology to solve business problems. It certainly sounds like a wonderful opportunity for the pig industry. Let's go ahead and move over here to the big screen and see what the audience has got for us in terms of questions. One of the general questions we've been getting is, will these videos continue to be posted? Will these videos be available after the event? And yes, these videos will be available through the SwineIt YouTube page. So you will be able to view these later on. As you think of things, as you're chatting with your colleagues, you can pull this up, you can show them the videos, direct them to them with a link, they'll be up there. One of the questions we've gotten up here, Brian, is from an esteemed member of our audience, Dr. Butch Baker. Dr. Baker has certainly led many technology innovations throughout the years in the swine industry. And Dr. Baker points out that it seems like our data systems have been more under attack, and I mean literal attack, than ever before. You know, we've read about the ransomware and some of those things. Can you talk a little bit about how a producer that shares that concern with you, how you'd respond to that and kind of get them comfortable that protections are in place to protect the integrity of their data?
Sure, and I'll start up by answering that question is, you're never going to be 100% safe, right? You see the biggest companies in the world that are spending, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars on data security. You know, they're getting hacked, and so you're never 100% safe, but you really have to kind of work with the company from that aspect of it, and saying, you know, what type of programs do you have in place to basically protect that data as much as possible, right? And I can tell you that MetaFarms is something that we talk about every single week. Or what are the next things we are going to do to continue to harden our environment? And you know, like I said, it's never 100%, but the reality of it is that if you're not going to be out in the cloud, if you're not going to, you know, take some of these advancements, you know, the world's going to blow right by you. And so it really is kind of balancing that risk benefit factor of it. But again, it's really, you should be asking your vendors, you know, what are you guys doing to protect my data? Because there is risk out there, and you know, I don't think that risk is really ever going away. But on the other side is, do you want to be kind of stuck in your little silo while others blow past you? And so it really is that balance.
Well, and you've got to have that transparency to connect with a program like an AgView, something that could absolutely be game changing for the industry if we do have a disease outbreak that we need to manage. Can you talk a little bit about where you're at with that connection to AgView, or what your guys' plans are to help facilitate all your movement records and all the information you have in the Internet of Pigs already within your data warehouse?
Yeah, and that's a great question. And you know, one thing I'll say right from the very beginning, right, is that, you know, MetaFarms has the stance that the producer that has the contract with us owns their own data, and so we will not share that information with AgView or with any other entity without the producer's permission. So I kind of want to get in front of that right away before, you know, anybody has any misconceptions of, oh, you guys are just, you know, sending data here and here, right? Because we do take that security component very serious. But what we've seen is that producers are very much behind the whole AgView initiative. And where we're at right now is we're running an operational pilot with the pork board and AgView. And, you know, our goal is to, let's take the data, let's make sure we get all that data cleaned up for the producer of exactly how AgView needs to see it and run with it, and then start supplying it. And so we have all the interactions built, we have the APIs built, and we have customers that are now starting to, you know, use AgView, have that information go through. One of the fun exercises we did was kind of a war room situation. So we had a state vet on, we had USDA on, a producer on, and we kind of simulated what would a disease outbreak look like, and really test that system from beginning to end. And so we were really excited to see the results of it. And now we're really just kind of in ramp up mode to get more and more producers on that system and start using it.
Excellent. Well, thank you for doing that, Brian. And thank you for being here with us today. I really appreciate your presentation and your vision for what the future can look like for producers who embrace the opportunities to look at their data and use it to make business decisions. And certainly thank you for everything you did, the slides you showed with the Habitat for Humanity. I think that's a wonderful and very noble cause. So thank you for what you do for our community as well as for your local communities.
Well, thanks, Dr. Johnson. Certainly appreciate the opportunity.
Very good. We're going to go ahead and transition to our next speaker now. And this last speaker before our break will take us into our break. It's my honor to introduce Dr. Daniel Linhares. Dr. Linhares serves as an associate professor and director of graduate education at the Iowa State University Veterinary Diagnostic and Production Animal Medicine section. He's been there since 2015, and he's also a research affiliate at the Iowa Pork Industry Center. I've had the pleasure of knowing Dr. Linhares for years, and I can tell you that he always brings wonderful information. So great job to the Swine team for getting him on the program. And without further ado, let's bring Dr. Linhares up to the main stage so that he can share with us his presentation on making the best use of your data. Daniel, floor is all yours, buddy.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Clayton Johnson. And I'd like to thank Jamil and Marcio for the opportunity. Jamil asked us to talk about a subject, Clayton, that you and I talked several times before, discussed in many different situations, which is how to make data-driven decisions on disease monitoring programs, right? If you think about it, a lot of decisions should be made, which sample types to use, how many pigs, how many crates, how many rooms, how many barns and sites, and so on and so forth. So the take-home message here, we're going to talk about that, and the take-home message has a lot to do with Star Trek. If you're not a fan of Star Trek, that's no problem. You're still going to get the take-home messages here. But if you are a Star Trek fan, you know that this is the Enterprise, the spaceship that travels over space and time and visits new worlds, new civilizations, and bring progress. And you might be asking, what the heck does Star Trek has to do with disease monitoring? And there are two keywords that they have all in common, which is space and time. Of course, that we're not going to talk about the outer space, but in the pig farm, we do have pigs in crates within rooms, within barns, within sites, and so on and so forth. And the take homes here is that, and of course, time is it's still the same time, right? It's we refer to time as the frequency of your sampling, maybe week after week, maybe every other week, maybe monthly, depends on the situation. But we're going to talk here about the importance of sampling repeatedly over time after time and room after room or space after space, right? And we're going to talk about the dangers of going to a barn and sampling as best as you can one room and then extrapolating those results for the nearby rooms and the weeks to follow, right? We're going to talk about the importance of repeatedly over space and time. And then one obvious question is, all right, you're asking to sample more aggressively over space and time, so that means I have to invest more, right? My budget got increased for monitoring. Well, not necessarily. We're also going to talk about some great results here to promote the practice of pooling samples. Pooling is all right, especially when we're covering lots of different animals. And processing fluids, for example, is a great example of the power of pooling. One PCR whole week has good representation of what's going on. And why is that? Because you have hundreds of pigs covered in that single sample. And the same effect works for other sample types, serum, oral fluids, and so on and so forth. And we're going to talk about that. So we're going to use PERS as a model here. Doesn't mean that results are only valid for PERS in sow farms. Same concepts here are valid for other pathogens and other age groups. But we're going to show some results here on serum, processing fluids, and family oral fluids. And those results, most of those initial results here that I'm going to show were produced by Dr. Marcelo Almeida, who did his PhD around, I'm going to use some of his data. Now he's a diagnostician with the Iowa State Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. And so one of his studies Marcelo produced his chart where each line here represents a room within a farm, where he went on and sampled several liters. Within each liter that he sampled every single pig in the litter, tested individually by PCR to determine the distribution of the viremic piglets in the litter and then the room, right? And what you can see here in this table is that yes, there are some situations where you have a lot of viremic piglets within positive litters, right? 8, 9, 10, 11, all the way to 14 piglets being viremic in that litter. But most that's not the most common scenario, especially in situations of low prevalence. What you really find is those situations where you have 1, 2, just a couple, right, pigs positive in the litter. So why am I showing what are the implications of this finding? Is whenever you go to a barn, you select a pen to sample. If you select only 1 or 2 pigs in the sample, in the crate, those pigs may or may not reflect the status of the whole litter. So showing here the need to really make an effort to sample as many pigs as you can, because again, especially at low prevalence situations, you may have just a couple pigs positive in that litter. Some similar results here, demonstrating now what you see in the screen here is PCR results for 3 farrowing rooms close to each other, just separated by a wall. And so we have room A, B, and C. And the rectangles represent the litters, and the little squares in them represent the status of the piglets, all tested individually by PCR on serum samples. And red means they tested positive by PCR, blue negative. And what I want to show here with this today is how it's the great variability here between rooms, right? Those are the same farm, again, same day. And you see this room A here, really easy to miss the viremic piglets with your monitoring protocol unless you landed in one of these 2 litters here, right? Only 6% of the piglets were positive in this litter, in this room. This next room nearby here, a little bit easier to detect the virus, and this other one here, room C, will be hard to miss. But what if in that sampling day you just landed in this room and selected a few crates? Really easy to miss, and then the picture that you would have for the farm maybe really misleading. So demonstrating here the dangers of sampling just a subset of rooms and in crates, right? And disease is not really randomly allocated, randomly distributed in farms. They're clustered. Here is another example from a different room. Here, Marcelo sampled with family oral fluids. So we're looking at piglets around weaning age, 18 days of age or more. And these 2 rooms, obviously, no evidence of virus, all tested negative by PCR. They're all blue here. These rooms 3 and 4, again, same room, same farm, same day, just different rooms. A lot of virus here in rooms 3, especially room 4. So one more example of you sample 1 room. Do you really want to extrapolate results for the next room? That may be dangerous. Couple more slides here from Marcelo. This one is one farm A here, being sampled longitudinally here over time. So all the way from week 1 to week 19, and then several rooms sampled per week. And same thing here, red means positive by PCR, at least 1 sample, and blue means tested negative by PCR, all the samples collected that day. And first line is processing fluids, so piglets 2 to 5 days of age, and family oral fluid, that same room, 3 weeks later, sampling pigs that are about to be weaned. And same thing here, you see that Star Trek effect of space and time. There are some weeks and some rooms that there's a lot of evidence of virus, some other weeks and rooms with no evidence of virus at all, and some weeks that are intermittent, right? Depends on the room you sampled, you may or may not find the virus. And so a lot of farms, they start monitoring with processing fluids as a screening method, but then when you see this long consecutive weeks here of negative results, you really want to double check the status of the weaned piglets, and that's when people start doing family oral fluids or other method of weaned pig sampling. and it's the same thing here, the same take home. You sometimes you find the virus, sometimes you don't, right? And sometimes the results are agree with processing fluids. Sometimes for different reasons they just don't. So you may find the virus in processing fluids. 3 weeks later, you don't, or vice versa. You may not find the virus in processing fluids, but then down at the time of weaning, you may find the virus there with in that older piglet population. Same schematic here for a different farm and showing exactly the same thing, the effect of space and time. So depending on the week, depending on the room, you may or may not find the virus, right? And demonstrating again the need for different sample types to really increase your level of confidence, especially when you start accumulating a lot of negative results. You want to double check that with really testing the weaned age piglets. And if you look at the agreement between family oral fluids and processing fluids, again, family oral fluids weaning age, processing fluids 2 to 5 days of age, the agreement is high, even by either by week of collection or by room collected. It's about 75 to 80% agreement, meaning that 25 to 20% of the time the results don't agree, right? So you may have positive on one sample type and negative on the other one. And so just demonstrating again the need to really verify the status of the weaned piglet when you start having serial negative PCR results on processing fluids. And as a summary here for those sample types, serum, processing fluids, and family oral fluids. Serum, everybody knows how to do it. It's great. It's still, in our mind, the best sample time to determine prevalence because it's an individual pig test. And ideal, if you ask the virologists and the genetic and the molecular folks, molecular diagnostic folks, it's the ideal sample type for advanced diagnostics such as virus isolation, sequencing, whole genome sequencing. They still prefer serum, it's just more stable. And of course, you can collect serum from any age. Processing fluids, in summary, a very good and powerful way to screen the herd for and sample hundreds of piglets with one PCR, right? But gotta remember that it's a sample that represents only the status of really young piglets, about 5 days of age or less, and mostly males. Processing fluids, it's a combination of nuts and tails, but it's more nuts than tails. So taking into account that you're mostly sampling the boars and not the little gilts. The family oral fluids require more work than processing fluids, but way less than serum. So we're gonna show a table later, but 10 oral fluids give you similar statistical power or probability of detecting the virus as 90 serum samples, and can be used for detection or to estimate prevalence. Not as good as serum, but you can also have an idea of prevalence between the crates. And it's, of course, a sample, as I said before, of weaning age piglets. Regardless of the sample type you select, take into account the great variability of virus presence within litters, crates, rooms, so that importance of the Star Trek effect, sampling over time and space. Here, a summary again, family oral fluids compared to serum on the probability of detecting the virus at different prevalences. Here, at 3% prevalence, for example, you either select 90 serum samples or about 10 oral fluid samples. So far, again, we are talking about it's important to sample repeatedly over time and geographic space, right? Which brings to this question of, is it okay to pool? My budget is fixed. When Clayton asked, I need a nice sampling approach for his clients have fixed budget, right? So we work with Henry here, which is a PhD student working with our group here, and Henry is great with numbers. A nice guy. If you want to put a probability under anything, you want to work with Henry. So with Henry, we work with this scenario. Hey, Henry, let's assume for a second we're working with Clayton in his multiplier farms. He's doing one processing fluid per week, and then it's all negative, and now he's gonna want to double check the status of the weaned piglets, right? And And so his budget is 3 PCRs per room. He can't afford more than that. So the question is, do I take 3 crates? Do I take and test individually? Do I take samples from 15 crates and do pools of 5, 30 crates and do pools of 10? Or do I go aggressive, sample all the crates in this fair that has 60 crates and do pools of 20? With the same budget, 3 PCRs is all Clayton wants to afford for his client, right? And so here is, in a nutshell, here's what happens when we pull more aggressively. If you think about it, the more you pull, the more, as you increase from 3 crates to 9 crates to 15, 6, 30, and so on and so forth, you're gonna increase the probability of selecting the positive crate when the prevalence is low. In the other hand, the more you pull, the more you're potentially diluting that sample with other negative ones. So you're decreasing the herd sensitivity or the diagnostic sensitivity of the PCR. So let's look at those tables, how those look. This is that first table, always using 3 PCRs. What's the probability of randomly selected at least one positive crate in that ferrying room with 60 crates? If I do 30, if I do only 3, if you divide 3 by 60, if there is only one positive crate in that room, 5% is your maximum probability of detection. It's as simple as that. 3 divided by 6 is 5%. So that's your maximum probability of sampling the right crate. So different ways to get closer to 95 or 100%. You either increase your coverage, you sample more crates, and then you pull, or of course, if the prevalence increases, if you have multiple crates being positive, then the numbers go up as well. So just to demonstrate that first table, right, and the most important table, and I think that's the last one I have here for today, is this probability of testing at least one positive crate in a 60 room. So this incorporates the dilution effect. Henry did a series of dilution from field samples, starting with different CTs. Long story short, all those probabilities included. Here is what happens, right? The numbers are a little lower than the previous table because it's incorporating that dilution effect. So again, different ways to get to that 80 to 90 to 100% probability to detect the virus. But the message is consistent here. As you increase the number of crates sampled, pulling more aggressively, your numbers go up proportionally, right? So another take home here that pooling is all right. And again, processing fluids is a good example. And Henry is demonstrating here that with oral fluids, the story is not different. And those probabilities are for just one room, right? One space that you sampled. Of course, that if you add multiple rooms and over time, you gain confidence, so those numbers go up as well. So that brings back to our conclusion slide, to remind the importance of sampling repeatedly, week after week and room after room, and pooling is all right. I think we, as an industry, don't take as many advantage of pooling as we could. The past years, 2-3 years, we see people pooling more, and numbers do favor that pooling is all right. It's a good idea to make a best use of the budget of in monitoring protocols. So with that, I'd like to thank the team here, Dr. Gustavo Silva and I, partnering to mentor this group of post-DVM graduate students on field studies in swine population. And this is us here, fieldepi.org. For more information from our group, feel free to visit our site. And with that, Clayton, hand it back to you.
Thank you, Daniel. We won't let you off the hook quite yet. We'll have some time for a couple of questions here. Thanks for introducing your group, Daniel, and thanks for everything your group has done for me and everyone in our industry. The first question I've got for you, Daniel, is I think it's safe to say that producers can adjust their pooling strategy as their decisions that they're trying to make change. So early on in an elimination process, I can be very aggressive with pooling. But then as I get to maybe very critical decisions like gilt introduction, maybe then I become a little bit less aggressive with pooling. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yeah, for processing fluids, for example, we see people, and we agree with that approach of using just one sample for all the piglets that were processed that week. And sometimes we're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of piglets, and it's all right, right? Unless until you have negative results being accumulated, and then once we start having less. So when you have to start seeing a number of weeks with consecutive negative results, then you want to reduce the size of your sample. But still, if I would much rather prefer sampling more rooms and more crates within that week, and then pooling, rather than, depends on the budget, right? Rather than skipping some rooms and say, I'm gonna just collect one room and that's gonna represent the status of the week, right? Of course, if you have the budget to increase that, keep sampling all the crates and pooling by room, that will be the ideal. But anyways, for thinking about a room of about 50 crates or so, one PCR result for processing fluid, or some 3 for familiar fluids down the winning, those are our numbers support that those are really good numbers. I mean, provide really good probability of detection, right?
Very good. You know, one area in our industry where we wish there was a little less evolution is in the PRRS viruses that are floating around. And I know there's been a tremendous amount of discussion about the new challenging PRRS virus that we have, the PRRS 144 lineage 1C. Is there any reason, Daniel, to think that that's going to be different from a sampling standpoint, or can we use these same methodologies we've used with other PRRS viruses with the new PRRS virus that we're seeing?
Well, great question, Clayton, and we don't have data on that, but if I could speculate, we understand that those viruses, when you see the VDL results, Giovanni demonstrated that, have been demonstrating that with the swine disease reporting system data, is those virulent viruses, they tend to have lower CT values, right? Because they're more virulent, replicate faster, and also there's more virus in the environment. So I would say that the more virulent in those situations where you have really low CTs, you can pull really more aggressively, because every tenfold dilution or every tenfold aggregation of the samples, you increase your CT values by about 3. So if you really if you do a tenfold dilution, you're looking at a 6 increase for 100-fold, right? You're looking at a 6 CT value increase. So I would say the more virulent, the more aggressive you can be on pooling, just because you expect more virus in the environment.
That makes sense. Yeah, more disease probably means more virus, and more virus should mean it's easier to detect. So I would agree with you. For the clients we work with, knock on wood, we haven't seen that virus very much in the southern Midwest yet, but we don't have any plans to change anything as we go into fall if we do start to see that virus get into the herd we work with.
Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. Thank you very much, Dr. Leonhardt. Great information as always. That brings us to our first break. We are going to shorten our break to 5 minutes. So please go ahead, freshen up your cup of coffee, go use the restroom, check out the chat function, and we will look forward to seeing you back here in 5 minutes from now. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our second round of presentations here at the Pig Farm 5.0 Revolution. My name is Dr. Clayton Johnson, and it's my honor to be the moderator of this event for the Swine team. We've had a wonderful first round of presentations. Thank you to all of you who are paying attention up here in our chat. We've got the big TV up here that's monitoring all of our chat information, all of our questions. We look forward to incorporating your questions and your feedback into the Q&A section with each presenter. And on top of that, the Swine team is posting contact information for each presenter so that you can connect with them after the meeting for your direct follow-up questions. So with that, let's go ahead and move into our next speaker. Joining us to discuss the Leo platform of technologies is Dr. Brandy Burton. Dr. Burton received her DVM from the University of Illinois in 2019. She developed an interest in swine medicine and production through the Animal Science Department at the University of Illinois as an undergraduate, and then participating in the Iowa State University Swine Veterinary Internship Program in veterinary school. Dr. Burton is here today to talk to us about Leo, who is a very gracious sponsor of our event. And I've had the very fortunate experience of getting to interact with the Leo team, both here and in the Netherlands, where their technology is applied to quite a few commercial production systems. I think you're really going to enjoy the message we hear from Dr. Burton today. So let's bring her up to the main stage, and I'll turn it over to you, Brandy, as you talk to us about the Leo technology and how you guys use it.
Yes, thank you, Clayton. I'm glad to be here, glad to be talking on Leo's behalf. To start off with things, we're going to have a video first from Peter, who's the CEO. He's located in the Netherlands, so a little bit of a time difference. So that's why we'll have a pre-recorded video to start off with from him.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Peter te Linde. I'm currently the CEO of Leo. Before I give the word to Dr. Brandy Burton, I would like to take a couple of minutes to tell you a little bit about Leo, about who we are and where you will find us. So what is it that Leo actually does? We are mostly known for our supply chain traceability. Everything that's happening to the individual animal from the minute it's being born all the way up to slaughter, we have everything done in our system digitally. So we create a digital individual animal passport that's fully traceable throughout the lifespan of that animal. Of course, everything we do is on the individual level. And we use that information to optimize production, of course. There's a lot of things you can learn from that data. And we use that to optimize your farm with the current, kind of as you know, farm management solutions. Because we have so much individual data into our systems and fairly easy ways to get it in there, research companies throughout the world use our system quite a lot to do their trials and validations. This is kind of an overview of what it is that our system actually does. You can see in this graph here is that what the minute the animal is being born, let's say from the multiplier, you can see exactly who's been in contact with that animal. Everything that's been registered, feed, medication, what type of weights, everything you know about that animal is being imported in our system through our app or through other systems within our ecosystem. The minute the animal transfers ownership, the digital passport travels with that animal. And you, as a owner of the animal, can determine what type of data you want to share with the next owner. Very important part for us is that data ownership means a lot to us and our customers. So within our system, you're fully capable of determining that yourself. And then when it reaches slaughter, we make it possible to get slaughter data back into our system, so you will actually see exactly what's going on with that animal throughout its lifespan. And if you want to use those as claims to your consumer, so let's say antibiotic-free animals or high animal welfare or certain carbon footprints calculations that you want to do for your customers, it's very easy to do so with Leo. So what do we work with? In general, the mostly used part of our system is the app. The app lets you register everything that you do inside the barn. Every single piece of data you're recording inside the barn can be processed through our app, and all comes together within our web portal. All the data you capture within the barns are all, when the data information is there, when you have a cellular reception or whatsoever, everything is sent to our dashboard. Of course, we use digital ear tags to register the information. So we use readers to read those out and get that information into our app. Automatic connection with scales, feeding systems, and even electronic sow feeding systems like, for instance, NeedApp give you the possibility to enter and make that individual data and individual animal passport way more complete. The next video shows you a little bit about a primary process that we use within our system is the birth registration process. So let's take a look so you can see what how easy it is to do those registrations. The piglets are here. You see the Leo app. There's a little RFID reader. This one we use for UHF tags, the Leo piglet scale, and of course the RFID ear tags. So you just scan the location like that and you start collecting. As you can see, the user here, she just touches the RFID reader, the scan comes into our system, she picks up the piglet, drops it in the bucket, and when the weight is being stabilized, she can pick it out, and our app knows exactly what you are doing and she's just waiting for the next input. It's a very easy way to, without having to constantly interface with your mobile phone or your tablet, you can just go on. Overview of your litter, what that looks like in the dashboard. And if you have a more complete dashboard, this is all type of information that you get. And then everything that's happening to the animal throughout this lifespan eventually comes to the slaughter plant. At that point, you can see in the picture on the right side a manual, and the two black panels on the side are the automated readers. So we actually scan the carcass information. And since the information is already synchronized with the slaughter plant, we can see and make claims on those specific animals. Complete history of locations, what type of concept or claims you want to have on those animals. Did it have antibiotics, yes or no? And of course, this all depends on what data is it that you want to share and who wants you to access that, fully in control over that data part. And then automatically, when that data collection is done, you get that back into our system in an automated process. So the packer delivery slots, as you can see them right here, you can see every individual animal. With the green one is the ear tag in there, and you can see all the technical results. And our system then, as you can see on the right side, makes a full calculation and overview of what has been the performance of that animal in the different stages of its life. So full insight on what has happened to the animal, independent on where the animal has been in his life. So where will you find Leo then? This is an overview of the activities that we are currently having. Because supply chain traceability is such an important thing right now, we have actually in Europe 2 countries who decided to go full traceable, and they've chosen our system to do that. So we can see that traceability is not something that's only coming from internally, from the integrations or the customers internally, but also governments really want to have that traceability in place, and that's especially in Europe a very important thing right now. So to tell you a little bit what we learned from Leo, I think it's now's the time to give the word to Dr. Brandy Burton, who has been a power user of Leo, as we call it, for quite a while now, and she can tell you a whole lot about what you can do with Leo and what you can actually learn from all the individual animal data. Thank you very much for your time, and hope to see you in the future soon.
Great. So now that you kind of understand more of what Leo is on a general basis and all the functionality of it, I'm going to speak, I'm part of implementing this system in a commercial setting. So I have the privilege to work with a system. It's a 2,500 head farrow to finish commercial system where the sow farm is located in Northwest Iowa, and all the pigs are kept together as a system and finished in Northern Iowa in Southern Minnesota. In February of 2020, the decision was made to tag the whole farm and fully implement this Leo system. And so we went ahead and placed RFID tags in the entire sow farm. So we placed tags in all the sows and gilts in about a 1-week period. And we also tagged crates so we can identify locations of these sows and these piglets throughout their life. And then After all the sows were tagged and we started implementing that, from then on, we implemented this with all the piglets as well. So every single piglet that's born on this farm is individually tagged at birth. And with that, we can have information on each individual animal regarding their sex. All birth weights and wean weights are collected as well. And then we can also scan in things like mortalities and reasons for those mortalities and anything for that matter. If there's a wish or a want to look at something on an individual basis, we have the ability to do so with Leo. And so it's just amazing the scope we are able to gain with this system on the individual animal basis. So this is just in 2020. So mind that we didn't start this really fully until about February here, as you can see in this figure. And so in the year of 2020 alone, we had over 70,000 births recorded, over 54,000 weanings, 13,000 services, 10,000 adoptions is what the app calls it. We'll call that a cross foster. And then they call them dropouts. We call them deaths, but there's been over 17,000 of those recorded as well. And so you can imagine the scope has grown even more going into 2021. We can increase those numbers by 50% each. And so we're looking at over 100,000 pigs in this system for our client here. And so you can just, the amount of information and the ability to use this information is just immense. And so this sow farm, the caretakers and all the farm staff will have mobile apps, and they carry around those with their daily chores and everything that they do. And so this is the screen that they see. And so you can see here at the very top, we have what we call a work list. And then from there, we have get info, activities to pen to group. And these are just different buttons you can press to really navigate the system on that mobile device. And here, this is a newer component of Leo on the application, and this is what we call a work list. And so this can really help drive the farm staff to their tasks for the day. So you can see here we have move to farrowing, and once you click that, all those sows that need to be moved will be listed there, and you can perform those activities one by one and follow that through this list here, which has just been a tremendous help for the farm to really understand and see what they have to do and kind of, check those boxes out. And so we can do birthing there, which would be the sows that are due to farrow, and then the pigs that are due to wean. So you can kind of go through those step by steps and see really what you have for that day and which individual animals really need to be looked at and taken care of for the day to make sure that all of your tasks are getting done appropriately. And so this is just another view of what you can see on the mobile device. So the farm staff at their fingertips can go into all these windows here and really get down to the individual basis of each of these animals. So I'll walk you through what these screens look like. Starting in the left, so this is our barns. And so at the sow farm, we have them separated by farrowing and gestation. And so here we can click into farrowing, and you can see that gives us an inventory right there of 355 sows and the number of animals as well. So that would be including the piglets. And then you go into the next one, and that's our rooms. So this sow farm has 14 rooms, and so we have them broken down individually. Again, you can really see the number of animals in each of those rooms, 30 sows, 416 piglets, and so on. So you can start getting inventory and ideas based off the numbers of each room. Getting even more specific within that room. So we selected room 1 here. You can go down to the crate basis. So we can look at the layout of the farm and look at each of those crates and what those sows are doing in each of those locations. Again, it tells you the number of sows, the piglets, and those weights and sexes. And so you can start digging into what's really happening on a crate basis. And then we've selected one sow here, and it gives you just what we call, a background or something of an insight of that passport that Peter had mentioned earlier. And so you can see here, she's a parity 2 sow with 17 offspring. And as you scroll down, there'll be more information. So everything that's been recorded on that sow, we can get at our fingertips right there on the mobile device next to her pen. So that would be more on the farm side and what the crew has at their fingertips on those cell phones that they have and the mobile devices. And so when I'm at the office and I'm not able to be on farm all the time, I can monitor and look into things from my computer and what they call the back office or that web portal, as Peter had mentioned. And so when I log on to Leo, I have created a customized dashboard. And so whenever I log on, this is the first thing I see. And I've created this and picked what they call widgets to really focus my attention to the things that I want to see right away. So across the top here, just a distribution of birth weights, and then averages for 7 days, excuse me, and 5 weeks. And just looking at trends is kind of why I like to see it. And so you can see here how things are going at a very quick pace, and you can really identify what you want to see. So my dashboard can be a lot different than what your dashboard would be. And we just have differences in opinions as far as what we want to focus on. And you can really tailor it and individualize it for yourself. And then going through those widgets, and there's tons and tons, and I won't do justice on all the things that you can look at with these widgets they have already pre-programmed into Leo, but you can basically start investigating and digging into different trends and look at things over time, things on a group of pigs, however you would want to look at data. And they can build you some very easily, very visual diagrams, which I'm a visual person, so I always appreciate this. So this is, you can see here, this is a widget that looks at birth history by sex over time. And so you can pick that timeline. And then going through those dots, you can select different time points and look at those pigs that are creating that time point for you as well. There's just a great deal that you can do with these widgets they have already built into the system, and really start investigating different trends, potential problems, and whatnot. And then this is one thing I like to do as well, is that you can really export any of this information that is collected in Leo. There's ways to export that to Excel and then do what you want with that information. And so what I really like to do is build my own analysis and take all these columns and try to make my own charts and look at things, look at trends, trying to just do more investigation. And you can also then export this and upload it and make it however formatable way into other systems that you may use. And so here you can see on this right, there's all these things listed here, and those are columns. And so in an Excel file, these would be a list of all the columns you can export. And so you can get that piglet ID, and each piglet can have their own row. And then within that row, you can have their mom's parity, birth weight, any weight that's been taken, wean weight. If that pig has died, the mortalities can be there. So everything on that individual basis can be tracked in a very easy way, looking at this information through Excel. So it's really handy to also have that capability to not only use the widgets and the diagrams and figures that they can make for you on the back office, but then you can also export that information and do what you want with that data as well. And so one way that we've done this, and one way I'd like to just start talking about how we've applied this, especially looking at this in a commercial setting. So how do we use all this information that we have? And one way that we've done this is by exporting the information and trying to look at different components that might be contributing to pre-weaning mortality. This farm has a traditionally higher pre-weaning mortality that we've been trying to investigate and really tackle for a long time. And so one of the ways that we did this, we started looking at birth weights and how that relates to pre-weaning mortality. And I'll have to thank Amanda Anderson. She's a veterinary student at Iowa State. She's the one that was able to do this analysis for us. But what you're looking at here are different weight categories along the bottom here. And then the blue bars will be the percent of pre-weaning mortality. And the orange bars, which are very little data at this point when this was taken, would be post-weaning mortalities. And so overall, you can get a really good sense of what the mortalities look like based off of their weight at birth. And so you can see here, those younger or those lower birth weights, there's no surprise that those have a higher mortality rate. But look at, I mean, what is that, 1.7 to 1.8? Anything less than those weights are over 60% pre-weaning mortality. That is just immense amount. And when we get down to 2 pounds, we're looking at over probably as a total 70% of those pigs not making it past that weaning stage. And so what the farm was able to do is make the decision to go ahead and euthanize animals that are not even likely going to make it, in hopes that the bigger pigs, the ones that are more likely to make it, can have a better chance to survive. So can we lower these bars even further down for those higher weights at birth, without those small pigs being on the sow for that long? And then can we also increase their weight at weaning? And so that would be one way we've been able to use this information to make a decision, and then also investigate and monitor what those decisions, the effect those have on the farm and actual production of the farm. And then this was a really interesting one. We are, like I just said, are trying to investigate a little bit more on this pre-weaning issue that we have, pre-weaning mortality issue. And so one thing that we had an idea was looking at ventilation. This sow farm is an older sow farm, and the ventilation in each of the farrowing rooms is a little unique in that one side of the room has the inlets in the ceiling. And so is there a draft that we don't really pick up that the pigs do? And so because Leo and the capabilities of having all of those sows and piglets tracked by farrowing crate, we were very easily able to pull information and look at pre-weaning mortality on an individual crate basis. And so on the left here, you can see this is a composite of all the rooms by crate. And this is kind of the setup of the sow room, going from 115 on one side and 16 through 30 on the other. And then we broke it down by room. So is there a room difference? Is there something that we need to focus on in one room versus another? And so that's that middle diagram there, those figures there. And then the far right one is a section. And so we're just able to really investigate something that we normally wouldn't be able to otherwise with without this system. And we had all this information already recorded. And so we didn't have to come up with an idea and then wait to implement that and investigate it. We already had this information. And so it was fairly easy to look at it right away when we had this idea. So just a lot. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of things we can start looking at. It's just amazing what we haven't yet discovered using the system. And so with that, I'd like to thank you, and I am ready to take any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Brandy. Excellent presentation. I expect nothing less from an Illini, so good job. Represent.
Thank you.
I think you did a great job you and Peter did a great job of talking about the transparency that Leo can bring you. You've got transparency into weights. You've got transparency into treatments. You've got transparency into slaughter data. And most producers don't have that in process today. Best case scenario, we know what the pigs weighed when we sold them because the packer told us. But you got a unique ability to dive into live production. Can you talk to us, Brandy, a little bit about your opinion, the type of producer that can successfully implement Leo right now, in terms of what sort of mindset they have and what sort of value they can create with the system?
Yeah, no, and that is a good question to ask and thing to bring up, because implementing technology is always, people think it's a little bit harder than it might be. And so this farm that we've done this with, the farm itself is one of those weird ones where turnover is not an issue. The same workers have been averaging there for 9 years. The longest one, most veteran, I'll call him, has been there 26 years. And so these guys, I'd say, are more of a veteran crew. And so typically I would think that they might be the ones to not want to change and not adapt to a technology. And they took it, they had an open mind and accepted it, and they've done really great. So I think any producer that's just open to really diving into data and having that interest, and having a farm crew that's also interested in having that data at their fingertips and thinks it's fun and really appreciates all the information that's going into there, those are the people that are going to be able to really succeed and just take it all the way.
Have they talked to their packer at all about this information and the fact that we can identify that pig all the way through the slaughter process? Is there interest on the packer side there?
Yes. So it is a little different than Europe today, in that we just don't have the facilities and the design that Europe does in implementing this technology already. So we'd have to do some changes as far as shackles and things like that. It is a conversation that's being had. There is a lot more push. And like Peter had mentioned before, you can identify antibiotic-free animals. And maybe going forward, is this something that we can use to identify pigs that are compliant with Prop 12 and things like that? So I think the more our industry is moving towards having that traceability, that transparency, it makes a lot more sense for the Packers to also be interested in that. And so I will say conversations are being had. I'm not in those necessarily, so I can't say exactly how much momentum we have, but I'd be surprised if there wasn't a big push for this going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you talk a little bit, Brandy, about the time commitment to get those pig weights at birth and at weaning? Is that a big time commitment, doable? What are we looking at?
Yeah, so it does take some training, and any process, a new process you implement is going to take a little bit of time. But once you get that going, I don't believe I think today the farm workers will say it isn't as bad as they originally thought when you tell them they have to weigh every pig at birth and at weaning. I will say that they at first maybe worked a couple more hours here and there to start the implementation, but today they don't work any longer than they have in the past, and we did not need to add any more personnel. So I think that just really relays the message. It can be done. It's just another process in the day-to-day chores.
Very good. How about the, I guess, comfortability or ease of setting up those widgets? Is that something that you need to be really tech savvy to personalize your dashboard, or is that pretty easy for you to set up as a user?
Yeah, the basic information is very, very easy. It walks you through, it's pretty straightforward on how to set up those widgets. When you want to start digging into different questions that are a little bit more a little bit more complicated, you might need a little bit assistance, just making sure you're setting up for exactly what you want to look at. And the Leo support team is awesome. They're very responsive and very quick to get you those information and how to do that. But I'd say overall, those widgets are very straightforward and walk you through exactly what you are looking for. There's filter buttons, everything's a button. So it is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, good. Don't tell Joel and Peter I said this. This is just between you and I here, but they're pretty good guys and they seem to know what they're doing.
Yes, they're very helpful, and they're just willing, super willing to really do anything it is to help and dig into some of this data and implementation. So it's been awesome.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Burton. We're going to go ahead and switch now into our next presentation. We have joining us today Mr. BJ Brugman. And BJ is the co-founder and CEO at Distinct, which is an ag tech startup based out of Ames, Iowa. Let's go ahead and bring BJ up and allow him to share his slides and begin his presentation. BJ, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thanks, Dr. Johnson. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, thanks for hosting. I was thinking about just your role in hosting, Dr. Johnson. You have this voice for hosting, and I know The Bachelor is probably looking for a new host, and you've got some Chris Harrison vibes. So, we could pass along your resume, I think, after hosting this. So thanks for having us today. I'll start off again. Thanks to this group for letting Distinct participate in this conference, and some great presentations so far, and I'm sure more to come. I want to talk a little bit about innovation for the swine industry by taking the MAIA approach, which stands for the most advanced yet acceptable approach. I'll give you a little background on Distinct and what we do in the swine industry, talk through the MAIA principle and how that applies to swine innovation. I'll talk through a couple failures that we had as a company early on in our development cycle, and then kind of ultimately think about what does this look like? What does the MAIA principle look like in the swine industry when applied correctly? So just to give you a quick overview of Distinct and what we do in the swine industry, Distinct is really a sensor platform for confined livestock. So talking today in the context of swine, but what we bring to producers is ultimately, first and foremost, connectivity to the site. So we deploy a completely hardware agnostic, off-the-shelf network gateway that brings connectivity to the site. From there, because that device is hardware agnostic, we allow that site or those production companies to connect whatever devices that they want or whatever devices that they need to answer the questions that they have of that site or of that facility. And then finally, we consolidate all that information into a customizable real-time dashboard where users or folks inside that organization with various roles or responsibilities can see that information that's relevant to their role in the organization. So that's the context of how I'm thinking about the MAIA principle in the eyes of Distinct. So what is the MAIA principle? It's actually something I I didn't even know what the Maya principle was. We think we were applying a lot of these principles, but we didn't know that it was called the Maya principle, as coined by Raymond Loewy. I actually found out about this principle through a consulting firm. Some friends of mine that run a consulting firm called Paythom, who wrote a blog post about this and talked about what is the most advanced yet acceptable solution that can be deployed in an industry or across a customer base. And Raymond Loewy coined this term several years ago, but then became known really as the father of industrial design. And so he did a lot of work early on in his career, working with large companies, brands you've certainly recognized, names you've undoubtedly been familiar with. One project in particular that I think is relevant, his work with NASA, and relevant because yesterday we saw another person go up to space. The early design feature that he added to one of the first space capsules, the mission was really get someone to space and get them back. And Raymond Loewy, his contribution to the design of the space capsule was, we should put a window in it. We should put a window in the space capsule so that when someone goes up, they could actually see out and see Earth from space. So just an interesting contribution. It was when the mission was get up and get back. He thought about it as maybe we should be able to see what it's like looking out the window when we're up there. And one of the main things that Raymond Loewy talked about was thinking about designing products for the future, but delivering that future gradually. And one of the best examples of that, and probably the most obvious example we can think of, is the evolution of the iPod and what ultimately became the iPhone. And if you think about that in the context of the design of the iPhone, Apple probably understood that there was an opportunity to put all of this information in your pocket. Opportunity to give you the internet in your pocket, give you the phone in your pocket, give you the calculator in your pocket, give you the camera in your pocket, give you music in your pocket. And they could have delivered all of that at one time. They could have let technology evolve and delivered all of that at once. But what they did was they backed off and said, what's the most important thing? What's the lowest hanging fruit? What's the easiest thing we could pick off that's in someone's pocket and that we could revolutionize and start delivering the future gradually, start adding features, start adding technology, thinking about delivering that future gradually, so that the user just isn't overwhelmed. And we think about that as, what if they had shown up with all of that while we were all using BlackBerries? It would have been a head-to-head competition with BlackBerry, and people would have said, no, I love the keyboard. And they would have said, no, but you can do all this on your phone. It's like, no, it's okay. I like the keyboard. Apple started at the very beginning, thought about where the future was going to be, where we were going to replace all the devices in the pocket, but started at the beginning, said, let's start by putting music in the pocket first. And I think about this and just kind of the customer mindset and how this applies to real life. And what Raymond Loewy says is, customers look forward to new things, but they have a fear of anything totally new. And so how I think this applies in real life, there's a restaurant right across the road from our office here in Ames, and they've had pretty much the exact same menu since Christmas. And I go there probably at least once a week, and I always order the same sandwich because I know what it tastes like. I know it fills me up. I know what I'm getting. But I always think to myself, gosh, it'd be nice if they would add a couple things that were new. And this is no joke. On Monday, they changed the menu. They changed the menu, but they took away my sandwich. So now the menu is totally new for me. So I wanted a few things new, maybe like a different side or maybe different drinks. But now the menu is totally new for me. I think it also applies as we think about how people evaluate their jobs. I think oftentimes people daydream or fantasize about a new job in a new city, or what it would be like with a new boss, or what it would be like in a new industry. Maybe it's just as simple as a new travel schedule. But what keeps people back in a job that they don't like is the fear of anything totally new. They look forward to some new things, but changing jobs is totally new. And so people stay in a job that they don't like for a long time. Bringing it back to the swine industry, there are a lot of new things that show up every single year at the World Pork Expo. We're just at probably 45 days past the last World Pork Expo, and people go to the Pork Expo looking for new things. Customers go there to look, feel, talk about the new things. How many of those things did we come home with? How many of those are practical implementation things that can change the way we do business tomorrow? So as I think about designing and delivering innovation for the swine industry, and how Distinct thinks about designing and delivering innovation for the swine industry, where we try to wrap our heads around is, what is the generation 1 iPod equivalent for swine producers? What is the music in your pocket solution, knowing full well that we want to get to that solution where we've got music, we've got the phone, we've got the calculator, we've got the camera? What are those generation 1 type questions? And you think about generation 1, prior to the generation 1 iPod, you required a physical disc. You had to have a physical CD, or you had to have a physical tape, and you had to have multiple physical devices in order to hear the music from several different artists. And the generation 1 iPod took the physical disc away. And I think that ties directly into the swine industry, where we think about answering these basic questions around feed, water, and air, where we have to be physically present to answer these questions in most cases today. And we think, well, what is a generation 1 iPod question for feed? A generation 1 question is feed even present at that site? And is feed present? Can we answer that question without someone actually physically being there and throwing a golf ball onto the side of the bin and just to see if it's there? Water consumption, same thing. Is water even flowing? Is the water on at the barn? Do pigs have access to water? And think about it as a generation 1 question with air. Is the power even on? Yes, we care about ventilation and airflow and optimizing all that information, but is the power even on to run the fans? These are things that are generation 1 type questions I think the industry is still looking to address. So I kind of talk about a couple examples of the Maya principle at Distinct, and a couple, really, I guess humbly, kind of some of our failures before we thought about thinking about the most acceptable yet advanced solution for our customers. And so in the early days of Distinct, my co-founder, Thomas Hornbeck, and I, so Thomas has a PhD in software engineering, and what we built together was a way to eliminate the manual counting of pigs. So wrote the software program to identify and count pigs in a pen. And we thought it was the sexiest thing ever. And we took that technology out to a few customers and said, this is awesome, let's plug this in. And they said, yeah, I don't have internet. I don't have internet, but it's really cool. It would be really cool if I had internet. And actually, while you're at it, why don't you provide the internet at the site first and provide a way for all the devices to be connected, not just yours? We listened to that. So what we created was a standalone cellular gateway that allows for multiple inputs and outputs. And by multiple, I mean not just our devices. We're not egotistical enough to think that we're going to be the ones that bring every single device that gets deployed in the swine barn from now until eternity. We brought a device that brings connectivity to the site and allows for any device to be connected to start answering questions of the barn. So you'd have thought, okay, you guys, you've clicked with the Maya principle. You understand delivering the most advanced yet acceptable solution to customers. We didn't. We did it again. We messed it up again, and we overshot again. So we said, now you have connectivity at the site. Wow, this is going to allow us to ask really, really advanced and complex questions of the site. So we integrated some facial recognition technology to identify specific individuals entering the barn. Our customers had problems with biosecurity. We thought they wanted to know exactly who was entering that facility. And as we took that technology out there, what we found was customers today didn't even know if someone was visiting that site at all, let alone who, let alone what time. They didn't even know if someone was there to do chores today. So what we created was a simple reporting system using some really, really affordable sensors to track when the doors are open and for how long a person remained on that site. So thinking about the Maya principle, the most advanced solution in our eyes was, well, facial recognition. Let's go to the moon with facial recognition. We backed it all the way off to what was acceptable. Acceptable in the eyes of our customers was just simply answering the question, was someone there today? And this is how that looks. This is real data. This is a real report for how this information was collected at this site. So we simply mounted a door switch on the door, and we're able to track then, was that door open? And then what time was that door open? And I think when we approach it with a Maya mentality, the most advanced yet acceptable solution, the result here allows us to ask even better questions of this facility. So what you can see here, what happened on the 6th? The differentiation between the green and the red bars, the green is a normal visit, the red is a visit that was designated as outside of the working hours for that enterprise. We had 3 visits outside of working hours for this enterprise. That allows us to ask a good question. What was going on the 6th? Another opportunity to ask questions, or for your team to follow up specifically based on information that they have. What happened on the 13th? Why were there 11 visits on the 13th? And another good question, who did chores on the 19th and 20th? I see nothing was registered on the 19th and 20th. So as we think about this, it's a simple solution that allows us to know more about that site today than we did yesterday, because yesterday we didn't even know if someone was in there. Today we're able to answer the question, was someone there? What time were they there? How frequently were they there? And I think about this kind of as this is an image of a shopkeeper's bell. And one of the phrases that Raymond Loewy uses is bring designs that are familiar yet innovative. And I think about the Royal Cafe in Northwest Iowa, where I'm from. There's a bell on the door, and Carol works in the back and in the front. But when Carol's in the back making food, she hears this bell, the door is open. Carol doesn't know who's there, but Carol knows someone is there. Someone is here, someone needs her attention. And that's the same kind of approach we've applied here. Today, without facial recognition technology, we don't know who, but we know someone is there. That's peace of mind. And in these cases, when we see the bell now going off on our phone or on our computer, it allows us to ask better questions or specifically direct attention of our employees to sites that may need our attention on a given day, like the 13th. So again, going back to that concept and those bullet points around design for the future, but deliver that future gradually. You know, we learned the lesson the hard way early at Distinct as we overshot. We overshot what our customers were ready for and brought facial recognition technology when we probably just needed a door switch. We just wanted to answer the question, was someone there? And if you think about then, what's the next step in delivering the future gradually? Was someone there? The next question is, for how long? And that's another really simple question that we can answer. And you can start to see what the building blocks for this would mean as we start to collect all this data for the industry. We ask the question, is it important right now to know precise bend level? When our customers have told us time and time again, I just want to know if feed is present at the site. That would be a really good first step. If you think about sites that are spread, multiple sites across huge geographies, big teams, I just want to know if feed is available for those pigs at the site. That would be a really good first step. And we think, what's the next step then in delivering the future? The next step may be, is feed there? Next step is, am I about to run out? And we can start to answer that question, which we're doing today. And think, okay, is cough detection. There's technology out there available today that allows us to do that. But you think about the Maya approach, the most advanced yet acceptable solution. Is that where we should start? Or should we start with real-time water consumption? And then do we start to signal, here's the variance. Here was a 20% spike. Here was a 20% decrease, and start to direct the traffic of the operation that way, getting talented people to that site immediately when we start to see those outliers occur. So kind of coming back, now that we've talked about the Maya principle, you've heard kind of our failures and our evolution, I guess is how we've gotten to the solution we're at today. We backed all the way up and said, again, I mentioned it, we're not egotistical enough to think that we're the only people that will provide connected devices in these barns from now until eternity. But what we know is that if we're going to bring that technology, there has to be a foundation on which to connect this information. So that's what we brought. We took the Maya approach and said the most advanced yet acceptable solution first is establishing connectivity at the site. And we did that with the end in mind, again, thinking you want to connect all devices, not just the devices that Distinct brings. So we're able to connect and deploy any sensors that can answer the questions that the enterprise is asking. And we think about who will say no to that? Who will say no to this version of music in your pocket? the first step of music in your pocket is get the sites connected and be able to connect devices that you want to connect to answer your questions. And ultimately, who's going to say no to consolidation of piles and piles of data and information that's just sitting there, and transforming that information into actionable insights for a team. So in summary, I think what the Maya principle and this Maya mindset as we approach innovation to the industry, at Distinct, but I think others as well, is Maya helps us uncover the most basic customer needs. And it forces us to ask the question to our customers, is this really what you want? And I think as a founder, it's really, really easy to be love drunk in your product. It's really easy to think what you have is the very, very best solution. And you can skip the step of going and talking to the customer and asking them, is this really the simplest solution that's going to meet your need? I think the Maya mindset and the Maya approach improves the speed of addressing today's need at scale. When a system is designed around customizable software instead of the inflexibility of hardware solutions, it becomes really, really simple to start picking off that low-hanging fruit. Our customers aren't going to make a wrong decision or feel constrained with hardware because the system is totally open. We establish connectivity at the site, allow you to connect whatever device you want. And the awesome part about software is the speed at which you can evolve. That door report wasn't even a thing 8 weeks ago. It wasn't even a thing 8 weeks ago, but we created that solution really fast because it's a software solution. We didn't have to go back to the lab and iterate on a sensor or on a piece of hardware. We're able to create that really, really fast based on our customers' needs. And ultimately, I think what the Maya approach and the Maya mindset does is differentiate Distinct. I think this helps move producers to that starting point in the deployment of their precision livestock journey. And to kind of summarize, again, goes to the last point is, we've gotten very, very skilled at having that conversation with producers and helping them understand what is that generation 1 iPod? What is the music in your pocket, starting point for precision technology? And the precision technology journey really begins with a conversation with Distinct and helping you get started. So with that, thank you so much for your time. Glad to take any questions that you may have. And I did post a link in that first slide too, if anybody cares to read more about Raymond Loewy or the Maya principle.
Thank you very much, BJ. Excellent presentation, and really, I think, foundational for people that want to understand technology implementation in any industry. I wasn't familiar with the Maya concept at all, but I think you gave a great overview, and I think it fits our industry very well. We talk about farmers being resistant to change, and I think a lot of times we think that farmers are more resistant to change than other industries. I haven't spent a lot of time in other industries, but I have to imagine that we're not that much different. We're not as unique as we think we are. For folks that are participating in the chat, thank you very much for your questions and your comments. Please keep those coming in. Thank you to Dr. Pullman and others who've been very active on there. I'm getting a few text messages from folks that I don't see names up here. So Dr. Brown and others, jump on the chat and contribute. BJ, I want to ask you a question really about the application of this technology and the generation 1 questions. Where are you going to look for the questions for generation 2? Once you develop your first product, where are you going to get that feedback from to understand what's the next stage in the evolution going to look like?
Yeah, it's all just driven by the customer conversation. But I think that what we found early is that as we deploy the generation 1 technology, it exposes the very clear opportunity to ask the next question. And it's, I think, sequential. So we've deployed hardware to replace antiquated alarm systems. We're monitoring is feed present. We're monitoring manure pits. We're doing the door switch to confirm that chores are done. We're monitoring sustainability metrics around propane and electrical usage, all those things. And when you start look at those foundational things, so use the door report as your first example. Generation 2 then is, when we started working with that customer, the next question was, okay, how long then was that person at that site? They were there at 7:15. How long were they there? Mm-hmm. And we deployed a motion sensor on the other side of the shower. And so now you can say, all right, someone was there. The customer drove the evolution because they wanted to know the next question, and we answered that really, really simply with a very affordable off-the-shelf sensor. And then you think, okay, well, what could I do with that? Well, I know someone was there. I know how long they were there. Is it possible to tie that data to production, to historical production? Is there a correlation between the time someone spends in a facility and how well those pigs perform? I think that's how we're thinking about the evolution, just answering the questions step by step.
Very good. It sounds like the initial hardware that you're talking about is not prohibitively expensive. Is that a fair statement to make?
That would be a very, very fair statement to make. Our approach has been, this technology has existed for quite some time. The hardware that we're deploying has been existed and deployed in other industries. What we think is, if we can make it about the software and the answers that the software delivers to our customers, that's really the value. And so we've tried to take hardware completely off the table, and we work with customers. We have some expertise in what's the right hardware, what are going to be the right choices of devices to choose. But it's not our business approach to buy hardware, mark it up, 10x. We think the solutions are very, very affordable, and the technology, of that hardware itself, it's very, very durable. They're very, very reliable. So we've tried to just approach it that way.
Well, and the lower the cost of entry, the wider the range of producers are going to find it acceptable. So I think that's an easy way to keep your focus with exactly what you're saying with Maya.
Yeah, exactly right. Is we think, if the questions are important to answer, I think producers want to ask these, what are the generation one questions? And we think if you price yourself out of the market with expensive hardware, or try to make money as a company with hardware, customers won't deploy. They won't ask very many questions of that facility. So you think, if I've got 4 feed bins or 8 feed bins on a site, and you're selling sensors marked up with a whole bunch of margin built into that, we don't think very many. I think David Rosero talked about that. Is it's got to be very, very affordable, and that cost to entry, needs to be very, very low. Yeah, agreed. Last question, most important. What was the sandwich? What was the favorite sandwich they took away from you? Salmon sandwich. Sandwich. Yeah, it had bacon on it. It was awesome. It was pretty awesome. Hopefully they replaced it with a wonderful pork burger. I don't know. Maybe I'll complain next week. I'll be polite though. There you go. Well, thank you very much, BJ. I really appreciate your contributions to the conference, and good luck on your journey and move through these different generations of helping producers. Thanks, Dr. Johnson. Yeah. All right, we'll transition now to our next speaker. We are fortunate to have with us Chris Baumgars, who's with the Every Pig team. Chris grew up in the pig industry. I've known Chris's dad, Dr. Dave Baumgars, for many years. Chris grew up farming in Iowa, and he's currently the founder and CEO of Every Pig, which is based out of the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area and been active since 2017. So let's bring Chris up to the stage here. I know he's going to start with kind of an introduction and then move into his slides. Chris, the floor is yours to talk to us about the digitization of swine health, AI, and the future of the industry.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Johnson. Great to see you again. First, I want to start out by thanking Marcio, Jamil, Dr. Chagas at Swine for putting together a really international audience today and a great lineup of speakers. It's really exciting to be here. So, yeah, as you said, I'd like to open up today just by having a little bit of a conversation, and then in lieu of a presentation today, I went with a screen share. So I'm actually going to show you a little bit of the platform and some of the advantages that existing technology can bring to the audience. But before we go into the present and the future, I want us to take a little trip back into the past and try picture yourself for a minute back in 1995. You're a 12-year-old in Northwest Iowa, riding shotgun in your dad's veterinary truck with a stick shift and a bag phone. And for those of you that are too young to remember bag phones, these were phones that were about the size of a laptop and heavier, and cost about $3 a minute to use back in the day. And so they could only be used very sparingly. But imagine that truck barreling down a gravel road at 90 miles an hour to get from farm to farm, to reach as many farms and customers as you could in a day. That little boy was me. Those memories, as you mentioned, Dr. Johnson, with my dad as a veterinarian, are still fresh in my mind. And the reason I'm telling the story is because I think it's going to be interesting for us to look at where we come from as an industry to where we're at today and where we're going in the future. So I'm going to show some ways in the presentation today that veterinarians can save time and money instead of maybe driving to 3 farms a day, cover dozens and dozens of farms a day through telemedicine, and also talk a little bit about the other technology and that pork producers and veterinarians are using to save pig lives and improve biosecurity, especially in light of the COVID situation that we're all still going through. So as you mentioned, Dr. Johnson, I'm a former pork producer and founder of Every Pig. Every Pig's an app that's focused on helping producers save pig lives through real-time recognition and response to health outbreaks. And in our short time together today, I want to share just some of the lessons that I've learned from 10 plus years acting as a pork producer, and then in my little over 5 years now working on creating innovative software for the industry. Towards the end, I'd like to dive a little bit deeper into the future and show a little bit about artificial intelligence and what Every Pig's doing with AI. So before we get started today, I kind of want to set the context. The conference today is all about change. You've heard from a lot of really smart people who have a lot of knowledge in different facets of swine production. But I think the common theme that all of us are really talking about is change management. If we look at all the solutions that you've seen today, a lot of them technologically have been there for 5, 10, 15 years even, and they're really just starting to get traction. One of the speakers earlier today, who I know, told me that they recently closed a deal that they started the sale process on 15 years ago. So I really want to encourage the users or I want to encourage the audience here to really think about what you and your company are doing to help foster change and innovation, and encourage you to be rewarding employees for taking risks, so they're not scared that one mistake could mean losing their jobs. So with that spirit of change and innovation, I'm going to jump into some of the lessons learned, and would like to start sharing a little bit of my screen here and showing you what Every Pig is doing to help move the industry forward. So the first lesson I'd like to talk about is that old ways are not always the best. I'm going to say something probably a little bit controversial right now. Paper barn sheets are dead. I think many in our industry take pride in doing things exactly the same way as they have maybe for the last 20, 30, or 40 years. And with all the technological advancements that we've seen in the last few decades, it's just not a sustainable philosophy. As Brian Parker was mentioning earlier, those that aren't adopting technology are going to see their competitors. And this is an international audience, and it's an international competition, really, in a lot of ways. And the fastest are jumping on the new technologies. And so competitors are embracing new practices, they're gaining more efficiencies, and they're eventually going to push those who aren't as efficient out of the market. The first practice that I want to talk about is the use of paper barn sheets. If you're working with paper barn sheets, as many producers are, you're working with very limited and old information. It makes your job a lot harder than it needs to be. So what we started to do as a former producer, at the time I left, we were raising pigs on over 350 farms. That was really exciting, but I know firsthand that paper barn sheets don't work, because we were usually looking at data that was either a week or a month old. And that essentially means you're looking at mortality reports that someone's keying into a historical database, and you can't save dead pigs. So that's when I set out 6 years ago to start to digitize and replace the paper barn sheets. So what we're looking at here is a daily checkup. Now, these daily checkups are filled out by caregivers on the farm. A couple of the speakers earlier have mentioned, we understand there are some farms with limited or no internet capacity, so we've built in offline modes to allow users to fill out this information while they're inside the barn and upload it as soon as they get to an area with reception. And I'll just kind of quickly walk through some of the things that we collect in the daily checkup, which really has all the information you might put on a paper barn sheet and more. The first thing we collect are pig movements. So that's pigs in, pigs out. We collect mortalities. And this is probably a good segue here in the mortality area. There are other companies today that have been presenting that also collect mortalities. What we do is we have an open integration philosophy, and so when our customers use MetaFarms, for example, and FAS, we've created integrations so the systems talk, and I'll get into a little bit more of that down the road. We collect medications, and here the users can select whatever medication that they used, the head treated, and the cc's per head. We collect symptomatic data. And this is really important because what everyone's been talking about today is really, in one way or another, moving the industry from being reactive. And by reactive, I mean looking at historical closeout reports of pigs that might have died 6 months ago, to being from being reactive to proactive. And a big part of that's really jumping on top of symptomatic animals. So we collect symptomatic data, and the user here just slides the percentage of the group that's showing that symptom, and they can add as many symptoms as they're seeing in the group. I'll just say coughing for today. We collect high-low temperatures as well from the barns. We can do this via API with a number of barn sensor companies or manually. We also collect water usage. And we do some interesting things with this as well in terms of warning users when water consumption has changed. Like right here, we can say there's a 320% change in water consumption. And then we've got custom survey questions as well. This one is, have you tested curtains this month? I'll go ahead and say no. And we can add photos and videos and notes. I'm not going to do that now for the sake of brevity. But that's as simple as a daily checkup is filled out by caregivers. We've currently got over 2,000 monthly active users, from their teens to, I know we have users in their 70s. And Dr. Johnson mentioned it just a little bit ago, but I think oftentimes, we think of a lot of our caregivers and farmers as not being very tech savvy. And I think we're underestimating them in general. On average, the daily checkup in every pig takes about 45 seconds for our users. And so making it something that's really convenient for them is really important, and it's got to be user friendly so they don't have too many questions and they can just get in and out. So this is the digitization of paper barn sheets right here inside of our daily checkup. The second lesson that I've learned is communication is key. As I mentioned earlier, as a former pork producer with pigs on a lot of farms, we learned really fast that communications were just incredibly difficult. Veterinarians, field managers, caregivers, they're getting text messages, phone calls, they're getting faxes, emails, smoke signals, all different kinds of communication, but it can be really hard for all of us, especially if you're in charge of managing a larger system, to remember the specifics around each group of pigs that you're responsible for. And I'd even go a little bit further and say it's impossible to remember that. And so what we've done here in every pig is we centralize all the communications for veterinarians and field managers to start recognizing and responding to health challenges that caregivers are reporting from the farm in one centralized place. So what we're looking at now is our farm feed, and this is kind of looks and acts a bit like a Facebook news feed, except for important pig health issues. And this is where veterinarians now are spending a lot of their time responding, and probably less time. We see a lot of our users spending less time driving from farm to farm, and instead of covering 3 or 4 farms a day, our users are starting to be able to practice telemedicine on the platform and virtually visit literally dozens of farms every day, really increasing their productivity. So I'm going to scroll down and just look at a couple of what we call farm feed events here and show you how this communication is happening. We can see at this site, the caregiver reported slight coughing, trembling, and some diarrhea. We can see the source, get a quick snapshot of the current mortality of the group, estimated average weight, and pigs under care. And we had an active caregiver here. A veterinarian responded, thanked Robert for the information. The caregiver responded. He got an automatic message and said he didn't want to jinx it, but the group looks really good. And so right here inside one app, instead of getting a bunch of text messages and voicemails from all over the place, our users can just take a look and dive into, for example, a veterinarian might want some context. They don't want to just know what's going on today. They might want to say, well, what's been going on that farm for the last few days? And this area, our barn sheet section, really serves as your modern day filing cabinet where all the old barn sheets were going in the past. And instead of having to get access to those, veterinarians and production managers can just take a look right here and immediately see everything that's been going on these farms as far back as they've been on board the system. And they can get a snapshot at a high level, or they can drill down into each one of these daily checkups. So veterinarians also might want to get an idea of the treatments that have been given to the pigs. Again, all this information is entered by the caregivers on an individual group level. And so this is a useful screen for vets to take a look at whether or not caregivers have maybe been dosing properly, how many head have been treated, are they too aggressive on spot treatments, not aggressive enough, what's worked, what hasn't worked. And they have all that information available right here within just a couple of clicks. So aside from some of these aspects on communicating directly with the caregiver, I think it's important to mention communication also means integration. A lot of the speakers today have spoken about how they recognize that their systems don't do everything, and they're exactly right. Our system doesn't do absolutely everything either. That's completely impossible. And our user base, our customer base, always wants to deal with one free product that does absolutely everything for them. And I think we're all trying to deliver on those needs as much as possible. But there are going to be a number of systems that are used by each company. And that's why every pig's got an open integration philosophy. Our customers also many of them work with MetaFarms, many of them work with FAS, and users don't want to have to double enter data or triple enter data, mortality data, for example, into a bunch of systems. So we take care of that communication automatically. So I think systems communicating with each other is really going to be a key factor in the success of spreading technology in our industry. We've all got to play well together. So the third lesson that I'd like to talk about that I've learned is COVID's really ushered in telemedicine into the mainstream, and it's providing major efficiency gains and opportunities for veterinarians and production managers. I was reading some statistics recently about telemedicine on the human health side, and the numbers around acceptance since COVID have skyrocketed, as everyone would imagine. Now that biosecurity is not just a term used in the pork production industry or livestock industry, it's something that the mainstream people who may have no farm experience are really starting to think about. One of the other major benefits of telemedicine is just covering more farms every day. There's a major swine veterinary shortage going on around the world. I know that's definitely the case in the US. We've worked with customers in Brazil, also in Southeast Asia, and they all tell us about the same problems. There aren't enough skilled veterinarians that are able to cover enough farms, and all the vets we talk to are extremely busy. So I think whatever technological solution we bring to the market has to really be a tool to help veterinarians be much more efficient at their jobs. Another big advantage of telemedicine is better biosecurity. Visiting sick farms, although it's necessary at times, oftentimes these visits aren't necessary. We have some of our veterinary users will tell us 80 to 90% of the farm visits, they don't think the historical farm visits aren't necessary anymore because they can get the context that they need in the telemedicine functionalities that we have here in EveryPig. And visiting sick farms is definitely a biosecurity risk, no matter how hard everyone is practicing tight biosecurity. There's always a risk of spreading diseases, which is why vets have downtime, especially between visiting sow farms. So biosecurity can definitely be improved through telemedicine. I'm going to dive into now this farm feed event just a little bit and take a look at some of the pictures. Here we've got some feces. We've also got a video. And again, this is all uploaded into EveryPig by either caregivers, usually sometimes field managers, using their cell phones that are in their pockets, or some of our customers have started to buy tablets that go into the barns. But you can see here, videos tell a lot, and they're helping save a lot of trips to the farm. People can get an idea of the activity level of the pigs. I didn't have the volume on, but they can also hear coughing, for example, and really start to give context that the veterinarians need to help them make wise health and treatment decisions. So that's a little bit of the telemedicine component. Inside of the app, also, veterinarians can start to make diagnoses, clinical diagnoses or lab confirmed. In this case right here, you can see Dr. Schaefer made an E. coli clinical diagnosis just based on pictures alone. And he probably took a look at some of the context as well. Right here, we can see diagnosed HBS via the picture, again, without having to drive to the farm at all. Those are some of the benefits of telemedicine, and one of the lessons learned here through COVID is that telemedicine is something it's here to stay. It's being used widely in hospitals, and it's going to be embraced more and more in our industry soon because of all the benefits I mentioned. The last thing I want to jump forward to is artificial intelligence. It's here in our industry. It sounds futuristic, and a lot of us think of artificial insemination when we hear AI still. But I think it's going to be helping out and impacting our industry in a really major way, and it's already starting. But first, I want to start out by talking about the definition. According to the Oxford Dictionary of Artificial Intelligence, it's the theory and development of computer systems able to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence, such as visual perception, speech recognition, decision making, and translation between languages. EveryPig's already collected over 2.6 million daily checkups, and we've created 4 artificially intelligent algorithms through our data science team, looking at all of that structured data. And I'll just briefly talk about 2 of these before I end here today. One of those is a service that helps recognize patterns in the daily checkups that indicate a group is going to have a mortality event 7 days in the future unless action is taken. The performance metrics that we've got behind this algorithm are pretty high, and it's getting smarter. But essentially, the algorithm looks through all the historical checkups inside the system, and then it scans every group every night. This is machine learning, and it finds patterns in the data that indicate mortality events, and then it warns veterinarians so they can take action if needed, or they can say, no, this isn't useful, and they help give back feedback to the algorithms and help to train it. So that's one application that we have of AI. We've also got an algorithm. I'm going to scroll down the farm feed here a little bit further. That's a computer vision service. We've used over 20,000 tagged images from veterinarians to help train this algorithm to be able to detect over 20 different illnesses in pictures, and then we just give a confidence level. We say there's an illness potentially recognized. So we're letting veterinarians do the job of making the diagnosis, but we're just trying to offer a little bit of assistance to them. And in this case, Dr. Schaefer did jump in and confirm that diagnosis of HBS in the photo. And that's just one application of computer vision that we've had in production for a few years now. So I'm not sure how we're doing on time, but in summary, I think change has arrived to our industry, and I'd really like to encourage the people that are listening today to take a look at the practices and the kind of the culture that they're creating in their companies, and thinking about, okay, what are the solutions that we can be using, and how can we really encourage and foster a culture of innovation and risk-taking to help move the industry forward.
Thanks, Chris. And we do have time for a couple of questions before we move to a short break here. We've got a question up here on our chat from Dr. Tim Snyder. Tim's really one of the industry leaders in biosecurity, and you talked, Chris, about biosecurity and how this can help with those telemedicine visits. Now, the concern may come from producers who are entering this data in, the ones who are taking those pictures and videos of the necropsies and the clinical signs. Tim's question is, how are your users addressing that biosecurity concern? What are the rules of engagement that Dr. Schaefer's put in place to help manage that with users of your system?
Yeah, so good question, and thanks for asking that. We see different companies handling this in different ways. There are certain systems that have maybe tighter biosecurity protocols, although some might argue it's overboard, where they don't allow caregivers to take any devices into a barn. Every Pig focuses right now primarily on nursery, wean to finish, and finishing facilities more than on the sow unit level, and typically we see biosecurity is a little tighter on the sow units. But some of those companies that are users of Every Pig have bought devices, tablets that they have dedicated to a barn, and they'll just have their caregivers enter the information into the tablets from the barns if they feel like they don't want caregivers bringing cell phones in and out of the barn.
Very good. We talked a lot about veterinarians being kind of a power user group of the technology, and there's a wonderful fit there. What about nutritionists? What about maintenance teams? What are some other power user groups that this is expanded to or should expand to?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So we see a lot of management companies out there have started to use our new site visit reports. For example, we have flag for follow-up functionality in there. So it's not just collecting data, it's helping remind caregivers, hey, you need to replace your generator, or the curtains in this barn aren't working. So we see management companies, but you mentioned nutrition companies. We've just in the last year or so started to get a lot of interest from nutrition companies that are starting, and some have started to actually offer our technology as a value-added service to their customers. So they might even pay for the licensing fees, offer it to their customers for free, and they may jump in with their veterinarians or production team and help give some guidance to their users and find really teachable moments and in their minds, that value add that they can give because they have more insight into the farm. So that's definitely another user base that's starting to take advantage of the new technology.
Excellent. One more question for you, Chris, before we let you go. You talked about artificial intelligence and starting to mine some of the data that's coming in with your algorithms. Is that driving your alert functions, your warnings, or is that all user specific? As in Clayton for his farm sets his own alerts. Does the AI do that, or do I do that, or both?
In short, both. It's a hybrid. It's a hybrid combination. So the AI creates some of its own alerts, like I showed in the mortality forecasting algorithm that runs once a night. And that is automated. We have antibiotic period withdrawal warnings. So when the pigs in a group cross a certain threshold, and you tell the system when pigs are over 200 pounds, if they've been given an antibiotic, I want a warning. So we at least can let that caregiver know, hey, your pigs are going to go to market soon. Make sure these don't get scheduled. And it's really important, as a lot of the people today that have been presenting have mentioned, every system's different, and the sensitivity levels and those thresholds they want to set are really, really different. Some of our users want to be alerted about one acute death, and some of them don't want to know until the acute deaths maybe pass over 5 in a group in a night. And so we use a combination of the automation and also allow users to individually modify their thresholds for their preferred sensitivity levels.
Awesome. I liked your story about riding around with your dad in the bag phone. I can empathize with that 100%. And I even remember the radio before the bag phone to radio back to the clinic and find out where you were supposed to go next. Biosecurity's come a long way since those days.
Yeah, and I'm old enough to remember that too. And the big antenna, the metallic, the magnetic antennas that you have to stick on top of the truck. And we really come a long ways. And some of the practices are the same and should be. And others, I think we've got new tools that are at our disposal that are going to help move us forward.
As crazy as it sounds, I am driving around with Dad's old vet bed, the 1977 model that he started with. I have no good use for it, Chris, but it is awesome and it looks cool, so I drive around with it.
It's got a lot of versatility. Plenty of meds you can fit in the back of those old vet trucks.
That's right. Thanks, Chris. Really appreciate you being a part of this, and thank you for the sponsorship of the event.
Thank you for the time.
Yep. All right, everybody. We're going to go to our break here. 5 minutes, and then we're going to come right back with a couple more awesome presentations and wrap this up. So Laurel, please take us to break. Hello and welcome back. I hope you've got a fresh cup of coffee and you're energized and ready for our last round of presentations. My name is Dr. Clayton Johnson. I'm with Carthage Veterinary Service and I'm your moderator today for the Swine IT production of the Pig Farm 5.0 revolution. We've got 3 more talks to go, and next up on our agenda is Mr. Michael Hansen. Michael's the Chief Executive Officer at Barn Tools, and Michael's grown up in the pig industry, much like our last producer, Chris, and myself. He has many fond memories. I'm sure we could fill up hours of YouTube video sharing. He's worked in all phases of production, from bore studs to sows to finishing. Michael's got great international perspective. It's just been a couple of months since he and I were on a webinar with a Chinese client that we were chatting with about their air filtration systems and their barn designs. While working at a large production system for the last 12 years, Michael launched a manufacturing business, which has built hog barns and related hog equipment. And today he's here to talk to you about one of his companies, Barn Tools. So without further ado, let's bring Michael up virtually here to the main stage. And Michael, I'll turn it over to you to take us through your presentation on practical and proven examples of smart farming and swine operations.
Thank you very much. Just want to make sure you can hear me as well. I didn't follow the rules. I couldn't find a pair of headphones, so just double checking the sound.
Yeah, you sound good to me, Michael.
All right. Well, today I'm talking about practical and proven examples of smart farming in commercial swine settings. And like Dr. Johnson, like you said, I grew up in the industry, and so I put my producer hat on to think like a producer. And there's some key things these producers think about, and I really want to stick to those principles today, practical and proven, and I'll dive into that here. But first, I want to say what's not practical. And I know there's been previous talks about cameras and so on, but in my perspective, a AI fancy camera that can count pigs, to me, isn't practical. The farm staff's already counting pigs, and until you can put a camera in every finishing barn cost effectively, keyword cost effectively, and tell me the exact weight so I know the sort loss at the plant, then I'm probably not interested. I mean, can it scale? Is it affordable? What's the ROI? And those are the things that we think about every time. Now, is this technology great for the future? Sure, but I'm interested in what we can do today. And so to me, the definition of practical is affordable. We're not in these high margin businesses. We're not selling iPhones and all the fancy stuff. We're pig producers, right? And so it's got to be affordable, and it's got to be user friendly. And when I say user friendly, that means it's got to be user friendly for the on-farm personnel. And when I say user friendly, that also means that it gets the on-farm personnel in the barns more time with the pigs than it does interacting with the technology. Because at the end of the day, we want to pay most attention to the pigs. We don't want to be sitting in the office on the computer. And so we really think about that when we build technology and think about the user experience. And then last but not least, of course, is the return on investment. It's got to have an ROI, whether that's hard dollars or soft dollars. It's imperative we have an ROI. And so with the producer hat on, we think about health, we think about input cost, we think about marketing, and we think about labor. And if we can build technology to solve these problems, then I think we're building technology, the right technology for the future. So Barn Tools, with that being said, our mission is to turn barns into smart barns, and by automating data collection through farmer affordable IoT. And as you guys probably all know, IoT is any object sensor that's internet embedded that is mainly used for communication or exchanging data. And so if we can put those in barns and turn these barns into smart barns like you would a smart home, we see real advantage, and we can give producers visibility into these barns that are usually located in remote areas, rural areas far away. And we can also start collecting data from these barns and use it in a smart way. And collecting data is step one. And if you do that right, step two is utilizing that data for gains. But you have to do step one right to be good at step two. So before we focus on AI and all the cool stuff, the sexy terms, we got to get the fundamentals right. And that's what I'll be preaching today. And so it's about collecting data, ditching the paper logs, the Excel spreadsheets, and collecting data automatically in real time into a organized fashion where we can then optimize and create efficiencies and predictions for commercial production systems. And it's our mission statement because, if we forget that we need to be practical, affordable, scalable, and usable, then it's not worth our time. It's not worth the producer's time. So stepping back, we talked to dozens of pork producers and we asked, could you give us the basic readings of your barn environments remotely? What we wanted to see is we wanted to see all your barns in real time, not just the sow farm where the fancy, high dollar controllers are, the high-end tech's easy to justify in the sow, it's your breeding stock. We wanted technology across the system. So tell us what you could see. And none of them could show us, visibility into their entire system. And we wanted to see that data was being collected seamlessly and recorded in a way that was actionable and across all phases of production. But the reality is we're still writing down temps on clipboards on paper. We still heavily live in Microsoft Excel. And these barn controllers were built with closed circuits, so they never talk to the outside world. And these inefficiencies and latencies in collecting data create real financial losses. And before I jump into the two examples today, I just want to say that if we look why this is, barn controllers were built without connectivity because we never had connectivity in rural areas. We never had reliable connectivity in rural areas. When the cloud was taking off and gaining momentum, we all had broadband at our homes, but the barns were always far behind. And I still see phone lines in barns. Now I see a conversion to hotspots, but these hotspots have data plans, they have bandwidth limits, and you pay for overages, and it's not, broadband is not ubiquitous yet. And so this is really need to be at the forefront of our minds when we build technology for these facilities where we don't put a huge burden on the internet and passing data back and forth. I think one real telling example was after PED, when the industry went through an expansion in 2017, 2018, we built about 200 finishing barns, and we didn't put one touchscreen, $20,000, $30,000 controller in any of those finishings because it wasn't affordable. We didn't see the return on it. And we stuck with the analog controller that we saw, okay, this scales and we could justify. And I think keeping that in mind every day makes me not sway towards the fancy, sexy stuff. We need stuff that's practical. With that said, a lot of the barn practices we see today are residual effects of these old school controllers, alarms, monitoring methods from not having connectivity in the barn. But I think that's changing, and I think animal egg is the last frontier to be disrupted by technology. So we have connectivity now. Broadband with unlimited data is not ubiquitous. So data transmission is something we got to be conscious of, but we're really opening up these farms to be connected. And that's why we built a user-friendly, farmer affordable system called Barn Talk that's got connectivity embedded. We provide sensors, and they're wireless sensors, so we can say goodbye to the install, the wiring. And our mission is, again, it's about sensing, collecting, monitoring the on-farm environment and barn conditions in an affordable way. We don't want to spend $15,000, we want to spend $1,500. And that's the package that we've put together. And this is smart farming, right? So what you can see on our screen here is the hardware, it's the computing power that collects the data, but the real computing power happens in the cloud. And so to us, hardware is expensive. Hardware has limitations. Smart farming and getting to the AI and all the cool progressive technology stuff on the bleeding edge, that happens in the cloud. So we want cost-effective hardware you can put in that at the very minimum transfers data back to the cloud. And from there, we can do some really cool stuff with the AI and the intelligence on the cloud, and then pass that along to the user. So enough of me talking, let's get into some real examples. Example number one is monitoring the barn. And just a quick overview, Barn Talk is our sensor package. We've built a very robust cloud IoT hub or warehouse, as you would like to call it, and then present data right on your phone. You can see all of your operation in real time in a user-friendly way. It's consolidated and it's mobile first. And I always thought, okay, if I want to do something on a, let's say an alarm system today, I have to go in the barn, reprogram it, probably hold down a button, couple up arrows, it's analog. And so to give that ownership to the farm manager, the growers, and let everyone have that visibility, we allow from this mobile app to change thresholds in the barn, to set off different alarms. And you can do that because the sensors are collecting the data, but we're telling the data what to do in the app, in the cloud. And like a call tree, if I go on vacation, if I change barns, we want to simplify that user experience, really leaning heavy on point number two, user experience, user friendliness. Let's build that call tree. You can see I'm at the bottom of the call tree because I don't woke up at 2 a.m. But you can see the call tree there. You can change it, reorganize it, add and delete, all from an app across your system. So let's get to the ROI part. We're monitoring a barn. Barn Tools, our mission is to turn these barns into smart barns. And something like I showed you, or this water meter, is something we have today. You can buy off the shelf. It's real. It's not concept. It's not in trial phase. We have a wireless water meter, and it's one aspect of the barn that we monitor. And what we found is by proactively monitoring water, and I believe a previous presentation, someone mentioned that there's quite a bit of advantages, and there is, because what we found was that if we're measuring water on a consistent basis, and we actually do it in 20-minute intervals, then within an hour, I can tell you if there's something wrong. And over the course of a year, we're seeing about 10% reduction in water usage on each farm across a year, just by measuring, monitoring. We were working with a big production system. This is a real story. We put it in a sow farm. At this point, we were just monitoring. We didn't have any alarms turned on. And the department heads would override the automatic water timers to fill the trough. They'd go home and forget about it. And they'd come back the next day and catch their own mistakes. And we caught that. And we saw them put about $4,000 into the pit. And so that's real money you're dumping into the pit. It's not sustainable. And you can do that because you're collecting data in real time in an automatic way into a centralized system that allows you to do actionable things with this data. So to put that into a visual chart here, what happens is our water meter, it talks to the cloud, and then the cloud, we use AI and some smart technology, and we look for deviations. And when we see a deviation, you get an alarm call. And the alarm call says, hey, there's way too much water being used. And we run off daily consumption, and we have a benchmark based on prior days at a very high level. It's a rolling average, but it's a lot smarter than that with upper and lower limits. And that power happens on the cloud with no software. That's why we're, again, really passionate about inexpensive sensors. Let's get the barn equipped, but let's get everything to happen in the cloud because it's scalable, it's affordable, and so on. So we track this, and with these analytics, we are able to alert farmers when there's a water leak. But that's not all. So if we take and we say 10% at a penny and a half a gallon, and you dump 100,000 gallons into the pit, you just threw away $1,500. For $1,500, you can put a bunch of temperature sensors, this water meter, our smart box, that has the internet connected in, all that in your farm, and probably have some change left over. And that happens because people aren't measuring water. And if they are measuring water, they're doing it on a piece of paper or an Excel spreadsheet, and it's each day's an individual reading. There's no correlation to the last. Maybe at most there's a pivot table. But when data is collected automatically and the computer has the ability to watch for us, magical stuff happens. Additionally, we have alarms for lower limits. So if water consumption drops, we can send vets like Dr. Johnson a text message and say, hey, there's probably early clinical signs. Let's check it out. And that's the magic of smart farming. So example number 2, again, these are things that are happening today in the barn at scale that we've seen in commercial systems that we've worked with commercial producers. And the second one is geofencing the barn. So we talked about monitoring the barn, inside the barn, with sensors, affordable sensors, cost effectively. And now let's talk about outside the barn. So first we monitor inside the barn, then we lay a geofence outside the barn. And this helps us capture anything going in and out of the barn. And with that, we can help from a biosecurity standpoint. We can help, let's say it's hourly labor standpoint. We can even, going back to the alarms, we can help with visibility and accountability that alarms are being attended to. So if it's 2 a.m. and a power outage alarm happens, which we all know it's 2 a.m. on a Friday night when most of these things happen, we will actually use the geofence on our alarm system. And if no one, the person who actually acknowledged that alarm, if they don't show up, then we send an alert that, hey, no one's on site. Even if they keep acknowledging it, we say, okay, well, they're not inside the geofence. That location has not been pinged. There's a problem. Someone's not responding. And that brings visibility and accountability that these alarm systems or alarm calls are being acknowledged during emergencies. And then we have visibility what the alarm is and so on. Another way we use geofence is for biosecurity. This is our enterprise product. We're actually rolling out a second version of our app where we can work without cellular activity here in a couple weeks. And what happens is everyone's got a phone on them. We don't want to spend money on hardware. We're producers, low margin, affordable. So we use the phone and we use a geofence. And in that, all in a split second, when you cross a geofence, the system will take your last visit. It will take the live health status of that farm, the health status of the farm you're going to, the rules of the Knights Down rules on your health pyramid, and it will return a yes or no, you cannot enter that site. And that is the magic of smart farming, because now we're connecting processes that were maybe digitized before, but we're digitally transforming this process into a whole new way that wasn't possible before without technology. And with that, you get a preventative approach to biosecurity. You get epidemiological logs and readiness for nights down. You get dwell times for hourly workers in geofences. You get the visibility, like I said, for alarms, and then a proactive biosecurity approach, and then traceability and so on. So we focus, again, inside the barn with technology, and then around the barn with geofence technology, and together we can do some magical things. But to keep beating the same drum here, it's not practical to jump right into these big AI investments or facial recognition for pigs. That's kind of a joke, but I'm sure that it's out there. Let's start with how we collect data on farm. Let's automate that. Let's get the fundamentals right. Let's get the data collection right, how and where, and how it's stored, and then we can optimize, and then we can do some of the cool stuff with AI. And eventually you get to a place where you're beyond efficiencies and you're predicting. And that technology happens by getting the base right, and that's our mission at Barn Tools. So that's my presentation, and I appreciate it, and open for questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. Very well done. And thanks to Arjun in our chat, who highlighted that one of the most important questions we have to talk about here is how do we collect the data? And how do we collect the data in such a way that we trust the data? You guys probably talk about this in the production system sometimes, Michael. Somebody says, here's the results. And somebody else says, no, those aren't the results. I don't trust that, right? That data is wrong. And so, junk data in, junk decisions out, right? So if we can improve the volume of data, but most importantly, the accuracy of data, we can make some better decisions.
Absolutely.
You talked about wireless, and when you were talking about the install, you basically said, say goodbye to the install. I'm paraphrasing, but that really triggered my mind because I'm not a mechanical guy. Talk a little bit more in detail about if I'm a producer and I get a package with some of the products you showed in the mail, what do I need to do to get this up and functioning in my barn?
Yes, so we really thought about install user experience. And what you do is you get the package in the mail, you plug the smart box in, and it does one thing immediately. It finds the nearest cell phone tower. Doesn't matter what provider, so you could be Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, doesn't matter. It is agnostic of the carrier. It finds the connection. We provide that for you. So if you have a current alarm system, you can stop paying the $50, $60 landline, the hotspot, whatever it is. And then simultaneously, we broadcast a local wireless using a technology called LoRa. And we see about a 1,200 foot range. And so we're able to equip the big, 7,500 head or 10,000 head sow farms, or the single 2,400 head finishers. So you plug that box in, you hang this, and that's your install. You're not paying an electrician, you're not running wires. It's truly wireless, and it's built for barns.
Excellent. You talked about the geofence technology, and that's something that our groups looked at with you guys. To me, all the things that you mentioned are of value, Michael, but one of the other things you didn't mention is the ability to use the geofence data to look in the rearview mirror after a disease outbreak. Producers come to me all the time and they say, I broke with something bad, right? Maybe it's the new strain of PRRS or PED or whatever, and they want me to do the whodunit. They want me to tell them where did it come from and how do we prevent it. And if they have good data on what's come into their farm, I can probably give them a reasonable understanding of what the most likely culprits are. If they don't have any of that data, I can't help them at all. And if we can automate that data, that really is probably the only way we're going to get that today. And I'd assume you guys look at that the same way in your system.
Yeah, we're looking for a smoking gun, essentially, right? And we look at it two ways. We look for lagging indicators and leading indicators. And when you see infractions or violations in biosecurity, those are great lagging indicators, leading indicators to know that down the road, you should essentially see less breaks. And then the amount of breaks is your ultimate lagging indicator. But we look, okay, if something happened, we click on that site, every record's compiled, and we start looking for violations or essentially a smoking gun there.
It's almost like human safety data, right? If you don't collect near misses, it's hard for you to really evaluate if you're getting better unless the actual incidents come down. So understanding those situations where the rules were broken is a great forecasting method to say, are we getting better or not? Because a lot of times the disease outbreaks are the perfect storm, right? It takes everything happening. We break the rules more often than we want to admit.
That's a perfect analogy.
You brought up LoRa, and Arjun's got a nice question on there. Is there cost to producers to using the LoRa system, or is that something that's available for free?
So the LoRa is just the Wi-Fi technology from the smart box to the sensors. We do provide the internet to the cell phone towers, and we say we start out it's $49 a month, and you can put two systems. That's not $49 each. That's $49 for two systems. But as you add systems, that cost drops to about $15 per system. So we're not trying to make a bunch of money. We just want to be able to work with all the carriers to ensure there's some redundancy and backup. But that monthly fee, again, $49 gets down to about $15 by the time you get to the third system.
And it's just working off my smartphone that I already have, right? No additional hardware there?
Absolutely.
All right, very good. Thanks, Michael. Thanks for being a part of it. Thanks for sponsoring the event. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
Okay, let's move into our next presenter. We've got joining us now Mr. Scott Whitlock. Scott's the president and CEO at Flexware Innovation, and he's a tech partner at Summit Smart Farms. Scott Whitlock's vision for agriculture grew out of his passion to strengthen manufacturing throughout America. He grew up in rural Indiana and saw firsthand how a manufacturing firm becomes the lifeblood of a community. And today he's here to share with us how technology in his rental car matters to pig production. So let's bring Scott up to the main stage. And Scott, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Dr. Johnson. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, your audio sounds very good, Scott.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit of feedback here, but I'll see if I can turn mine down. Okay.
You sound good on our end, no problems.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And special thanks to the Summit Smart Farm team for just including Flexware as their tech partner. We've really enjoyed working with John and Valerie and Ed at Summit Smart Farms and just are really excited about the future. So yes, we're going to talk about rental cars in just a second, but I'll tell you a little bit about myself first. I am the president and founder of Flexware Innovation. We're a 25-year-old technology integrator that's mostly been focused in manufacturing, particularly large enterprise manufacturing companies. But I did grow up on a small hog farm. And most people laugh when I say this. My mom and dad bought this 70-acre farm in the late 70s. And someone told them, hey, you should raise pigs because you can make a lot of money. And yeah, that usually gets a laugh in this industry with this audience. And they learned the hard way. Interest rates in the early 80s were 22%, and my dad switched from pig farming to pressure washing, another industry that this industry knows well. But I was a 10-year 4-H member. There's a picture there of me proudly wearing my vice grips on my belt, showing my pigs at the local fair with my Master Mix hat on. So I'm excited to be back in this industry in a much, much different way. But at least I have some background here to appreciate this industry. A little bit about Flexware. Again, I mentioned 25-year-old business. Some statistics here on some of the enterprise manufacturing customers we've worked with. We're 104 full-time employees, with about 80 of those folks being engineers delivering solutions into those manufacturing environments. One of the cool things that we've gotten to do over our history is deploy technology globally. So that means multilingual. That means understanding how to integrate into an enterprise back end for these large firms. And I think really sets us up well to be Summit Smart Farms technology partner for thinking about how these technologies integrate into these pig producers. So Dr. Johnson, you mentioned the title of my talk was how the technology in my rental car matters to pig production. And I had this experience when I was coming up with this talk a few weeks ago, where I went to the Emerald aisle at National, and I was looking for the car to rent. And I would have liked to have been in a midsize or something, but I ended up with this little Nissan Kick. Didn't even know that model existed, but you know, it had cruise, it had Bluetooth, it had, you know, a lot of the modern technologies. And so I grabbed it from the aisle and left. And as I'm driving around, leaving the rental car place, you know, I'm merging onto the highway, and this thing jams on the brakes and, you know, scares me to death, honestly, because I didn't realize that this little entry-level car had that level of technology in it. And I later, when I got done running, I looked this thing up. The MSRP on this car was $20,000, but it had lane avoidance, you know, lane departure warnings. It would shake the steering wheel. It would highlight something on the dash if I got over the white line. It obviously, you know, had enough sensors to jam on the brakes. So what does this mean to pig production? It means that this technology is coming. We've been hearing it all day, with a lot of wonderful technologies and capabilities that are showing up in barns. But I want to take what we've learned from manufacturing and overlay that on top of what we're learning, what we know about pig production. And I guess even as Michael did there a little bit, sort of pump the brakes on what we understand, you know, the hurdles are to get all the way to a 5.0 revolution. So I want to give a little credit to my friend John Dyke, who runs as the CEO of this institute called SESME, which is hosted out of UCLA. This is the Clean Energy Smart Manufacturing Innovation Institute. I think government entities and colleges like to make big, long acronyms. But I'm going to use a couple slides here because they're super relevant to what we're dealing with in technology and pig production. So folks in my world will understand and recognize this graphic. This graphic is a real live taxonomy. And by taxonomy, I mean just a diagram of the systems in a real manufacturing environment. So think of a big automotive firm. And every one of these rectangles that you see here represents a system. And a system has the little silver cylinders here as a database, and the little monitors, they all have application interfaces. They all have their own code. And the next little diagram here, we will all recognize these. We see these in control rooms and conference rooms across pig producers. They're the type of reports that we put up to show how we're doing, right? And what the performance is. But the challenge here is all of these systems have to talk to all of these other back-end systems, and you get data for these reports from different colored boxes here. And this is the reality that we live in manufacturing, and it's the reality we live in pig production. There's all these complicated communication paths. And so when we talk about AI and big data and machine learning and the ability to grab some of this information and make smart insights and good decisions and alarms and alerts, we also have to realize that we're dealing with this kind of reality. Another slide from SESME that I love just talks about the industry revolutions that we are in today. So I know we've named this the 5.0 pig revolution. And I asked Swine what was behind that, because we're really just entering the fourth industrial revolution, and we're just starting there. And I think in my world, we see that, yes, there's a lot of cool things with IoT and devices, and we've been automating factories for really 40 years. And a lot of that automation has come through the barn controllers and things that are in pig production today. But the reality is, throw that last little colorful slide up there, is that let me go back. Yeah, so we have the same conundrum here as we start Industry 4.0, in that all of these systems still exist, and it has us stuck in this third industrial revolution, trying to get some momentum into that fourth industrial revolution. And so those systems, they're proprietary, they're closed, the data is locked in those. And one of the things I'm going to ask producers to think about as you think about smart barns is, what does that back end stack look like for you? And as we put these cool tools in the barns, what do we have to communicate with on the back end to make this data actionable and actually, tie in and get a real ROI out of it? And just again, talking about Industry 4.0 in the manufacturing space, the idea that SESME has is to democratize this, and actually through APIs, through simpler interfaces, through sharing of best practices. And I loved some of what we've been talking about today, some of these interoperable gateways and APIs, and the ability for, nobody's going to solve this problem by themselves. We're going to have lots of sensor companies that we want to pull data in from. We're going to have feed management companies. We're going to have operational things out there that we want to pull data in, like metafarms. We're going to have financial systems and closeout that we want to pull information in. So that's kind of the overlay from manufacturing, where we'd like to see this go in pig production. There's a cool model that we use in manufacturing, and if you wanted to jot down this acronym, it's the international standard is called ISA 95, but it was invented at Purdue University. This was called the Purdue Reference Model, and it really defines the logical hierarchy of systems within a production environment. So just to briefly talk about each of these levels, level 0 and 1 is really where we have sensors and automation. So think of things like Michael just talked about with barn tools. Think of your AP and SCOVE type systems that are kind of your level 1 automation type systems for the facilities. Level 2 would be your operator interfaces. So again, Michael referenced, pushing a button on the screen and changing a temperature, a set point, or an alarm or something like that. That would be level 2, kind of a human machine interface level. Level 4 might be your financial back-end systems or your meta farms. It could be even some capabilities around like an every pig system. And so those are kind of these different levels, but the level 3 is really the area we started in manufacturing. It's called manufacturing execution systems. And my only MES joke that I have is that the #1 MES system on the planet is really Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. And that exists in pig production as well. As we've heard today, there are reams and reams of Excel spreadsheets where people collect data and do pivot tables and do some analysis and things like that. So there is this gap in production and manufacturing, as well as this gap in pig production that needs to be filled. So what we've done is we've taken this and take a look at overlaying this into the pig production world. And so just some basic little sketches here of both breed to wean and wean to market. This standard talks about business planning and logistics down to operations management and down to that control layer, how to control and predict what's going to happen in these facilities. And so we've started to look at what's the current state for these. Where do things line up in this hierarchy? And this will help us figure out, again, where these gaps are and the types of solutions that we can bring to bear. The standard, if you look at it, goes further into all of the data flows that happen in at that management level. And so you think about work instructions and task management on these farms. You think about what is my recipe for a great environmental setup as these pigs grow in a wean to market type environment? What kind of alarms and alerts and feedback loops do I need back into my back end systems? And so we started to overlay our product roadmaps along with Summit on these types of thinking. So think about, what do we do in central managed finish? How do we bring work instructions and task manage it into sow farms? Understanding the people dynamics and culture, the people performance correlation. So, how does that work and interact? Again, I mentioned task management. It's very important for just delivering, people knowing what to do today, when they're going to get to go home, what are the exceptions, how long should these tasks take, improving that worker experience at the slat level. So folks, we don't, so we can address the turnover issue within the industry. Utilizing technologies, we've talked about how large some of these sites are, and just knowing if people are on task or not. Can we track some of the task management through some automated location tracking, and then integrating into a lot of the sensors and smart technologies that we've talked about today? How do we move towards a closed loop control? So we understand, I think Michael just gave that example, leaving the water on. How could we fix that through actually talking to a controller back in the barn and shutting that water off, so somebody doesn't have to go back and do that when they arrive home, or it's just automatically shut off for them. So with all of that, I just have a couple slides here just to challenge the revolution. I don't mean to be the wet blanket to burst the 5.0 bubble, but I think we're probably somewhere more in the 3.1 revolution in pig production. Just knowing, and I think, who was it? Brian Parker from MetaFarm said, he gets asked the question, why is the pork industry further behind? And he said, if you got a minute, we can have that conversation. And we have the same conversation in manufacturing. And I would wager to say, with the years I've been involved with Summit, is that pork producers are probably a little bit behind manufacturers in terms of their how far they are with implementing this technology. And so again, I think we're probably more like 3.1, but I love the baby steps. I love the music in the pocket that BJ talked about. And the point there is to get value at every step. Nobody's going to have a one size fits all. We're magically going to be all the way to done. And you can just buy the smart farm thing and it has all of your capabilities. We're going to do the iPod thing like BJ talked about as an industry. The other thing I've learned, and again, from my perspective in manufacturing, is that to challenge and think about some of these business models. So in our 25 years in business in this MES space, sometimes it just takes faith to go implement and try. And we've heard a lot of great stories today about R&D farms, about pilot installations and capabilities, and you'll learn a lot through those, but they take time and investment. And so, my encouragement to the industry is that we do that collectively, continue to make those investments. The other thing we've learned is, it's easier for this industry to justify an ROI based on a capital philosophy and spreadsheets that they're used to investing that way. If I build this sow barn, I know what the ROI is. I know what the return is. I feel confident making that investment. If I build this truck wash, if I build this, whatever it is, the capital models and the investment mentality is the way it's been for a while. And that kind of ties in my third bullet, which is thinking about this software as a service, or this as a service kind of philosophy. One thing I love about this industry is we have these closeouts, and we have, kind of a financial transaction where everybody gets paid, or, a lot of transactions happen based on closeout. And that is kind of an as a service model. It's a per pig type of a model, which lends itself to thinking more about these as a service models. And when you start mixing in monthly costs and, other things like that, I think we're going to have to kind of reconcile all those business models as we move forward. The other big thing for us, because we see this IoT explosion in manufacturing, is context, context, context. Sensors only tell part of the story. And I've seen this numbers of times where there'll be a new company come out in manufacturing, and they want to put a sensor on machines, and they want to see how that machine is running. And my first question to that technology company is, do you know what shift you're on? Do you know what product you're running? Do you know what material you're running? Do you know how it ran last week? Do you know the parameters for the setup for the machine? And if you don't have all that context, it's very, very difficult to make any more of a determination than just the machine's running or not running, or, you might get into a little predictive analytics that, a bearing's going bad, or it's maybe not running as fast as it was yesterday, but there's a ton of context required. And so one challenge is to think about what data do you really need to make decisions. And Michael just touched on it a second ago, and Dr. Johnson, during your questions about that geofencing and that looking in the rear view mirror. If you're going to make predictive decisions, what would you need to make those? If you're going to make kind of retrospective or those types of decisions, what would you need? And then start to think about, well, okay, well then how do I need to plug into this whole ecosystem to make that happen? And then we've touched on this a little bit today too, but this just puts another exclamation point on it, since my slides were pre-prepared, is the infrastructure and things like LoRa and things like cellular, and making this easy for the producers. I tell John, it's got to be just as easy as calling up Comcast and getting your cable installed. And if they don't have the last mile there, they get the last mile done, and they make it easy for you. And if there's a service call, somebody comes out and swaps out a sensor, swaps out a gateway, swaps out whatever. And it's got to be that easy for the producers. And then on the back office, just like with the taxonomy drawing that we had from the complex manufacturing company, is really taking a look at that from your own infrastructure. It doesn't matter the size of producer, from a small family operation to some of the larger enterprise operations, is really understanding your back office taxonomy and taking a look at that technical debt and starting to chip away at it over time. And then, so here's my kind of final takeaways. I mentioned this, but invest the time and money, consolidate the systems. I love the term technical debt because it's real. If producers out there just took a minute and a napkin and started diagramming all the systems, anything that has a database, users, connectivity, logins, and just put your boxes down and start to understand what those are. And then maybe do a little priority ranking or something like that on what's the house that needs to be flipped most? What's the technical debt that needs to be a challenge first? And how can I consolidate these things into something that makes sense? I was talking to a big data analyst the other day, and they made the point that the companies that are going to win in the future are the ones that consolidate and homogenize this data into something that all has the appropriate context. If you go into the cloud with artificial intelligence and big data analysis, and you just shove your 47 systems up there and replicate the data it's going to be a mess. It is not going to be something that is you're magically going to point your data tools at and get actionable information out of. You have to think about that infrastructure first before you can make good business decisions out of it. And anyway, I said every business will become an information business. How cool is it today that if you need something, you can swipe and buy now on Amazon, and 2 days later it shows up on your doorstep, in some case 1 day. That is because Amazon is an information company. And someday we're going to be there with pig production, where you have an issue in a barn, and you might be able to, through your phone, you might be able to wake up a drone and it can go run and look at that fly, look at that pen, give you immediate feedback, and go sit back down on a charging station. I mean, those are things that are probably going to happen, but producers that are set up to be that information type company are going to be the ones that can take advantage of that. And then I know I'm up to my 20 minutes, so I'll just kind of go through the last few things here quickly. Challenge the status quo. Again, we've talked a little bit about smartphones being on-prem on farms, and I think that's going to come. Compensation plans. I was, just getting back to the turnover and people, loving on people in the barns. I got to witness an RV manufacturer in northern Indiana where they had a unique compensation. It was piecework was their compensation plan, and there was a large Amish communities up there, and so these folks will come to work at 5 in the morning and they'll be done by 11 because they're paid on piecework. And I literally saw 4 Amish guys carry an RV rooftop from one station to the next station while running, and I just couldn't believe the work effort I saw in this facility. But it was because of the way they got paid and kind of what they needed to do to get back to their farms. Obviously, extending your thinking through thought experiments is a really good way of thinking about all the data that you need. Equipping your facilities as they're built, put this technology package in the mortgage, if you will, is a great way to start equipping barns, because we do know barns turn over and new barns get built every year. And then, like we talked about before, this recurring charges into your business model. People forget that connectivity, Michael talked about whatever it is, $40, $50 a month, that costs money. The cloud costs money. Microsoft's pretty proud of Azure, AWS as well, and so those aren't free. Your corporate IT systems have to be overhauled, so you might want to start nicking away at that a little bit. And then when you put tablets and phones on the barns, there's device management, there's replacement costs, there's warranty costs. And if you just start thinking about all these, I think producers need to start figuring out how they're going to use what little margin there is out there to figure out these business models that'll support that type of infrastructure. So Dr. Johnson, with that, that's the end of my content.
Thank you very much, Scott. One of the things you talked about that really resonated with me was when you spent a little time on task management and understanding the amount of time it takes to accomplish tasks at a farm relative to how much time we actually give the employees to do it. And that's a disconnect that I see over and over again, and one that I think we get worse at as systems get bigger and as the decision makers get further away from having ever worked on a farm in their lives. It's easy to say, well, the vet said we need to do this extra biosecurity step, or the vet said we need to change gloves between doing this with every litters, and we add that to the workload, but we aren't adding headcounts to the farms. Have you been able to dive into that in any detail, and do you have any examples of kind of eye-opening situations where as you've measured the amount of work we have allocated for people, you found that, oh man, it's not anywhere near what it takes to actually get that stuff done?
Well, we're taking a little bit to answer your question. We're taking a little bit of a page out of BJ's playbook with, starting with the iPod in your pocket, the music in your pocket. And we think one of the places to start there is in the wean to finish market. And we think task management is probably a better solution in the sow farm. Just there's more tasks, there's more people showing up. But I love John and Valerie from Summit Smart Farms approach. We think one of the ways of valuing people better and loving on them is for them to know when they're going to go home at night, and to walk in the morning, understand this is what I have to do today. This is what a good day looks like, right? And the idea of either coming back, to the huddle room and seeing what tasks are there and maybe being able to share those tasks, or maybe carry around a device that would help them with some of those tasks or to know where they are. And so I don't know that we've had any, the closest thing I can think of right now to success is digitizing work instructions in sow farms, where creating multilingual documents that can help people do things in a similar way. That's not super duper digital technical stuff, but it is a step in the right direction to using common work instructions. I think the next step would be to figure out how to make those faster, more accessible, maybe point of use type of things, which technology can help deliver those work instructions that way.
Yeah. Yeah, you talked a little bit about customer services as well. Do you feel like that customer service for products such as yours can be done mostly virtually, or are you going to need to be present on the farm to help producers implement and sustain these sorts of solutions?
Yeah, so I think what I was referring to there, Dr. Johnson, was just around how easy we need to make it for people, right? And so in this world, the remoteness is a reality. So we have devices on farms today that we're remotely managing. We can reboot, we can push updates, we can mimic their screens and see what they're seeing. So, those types of customer service elements are going to be, everybody's going to have to do that. We are not going to be able to run out to central Iowa and change out a tablet, right? So I think that's going to be imperative. And then, even for, prioritizing people's work, as you have a regional manager, you have these folks that have 100 barns, have lots of facilities and people that they're in charge of. Where do I go today? And enabling that customer service element even for them as they serve their constituency, and making it easy for them to do their daily work and prioritize that. I think that's what we're focused on.
Very good. Well, thank you for all that, Scott. Thank you guys for being a part of the event today. And I know just looking at the comments in the chat, there were a lot of people who really thought highly of your presentation. So thanks for the time.
Thank you.
All right. Let's transition now to our last presenter for the day. This is a presenter that I have great familiarity with. It is my absolute pleasure to get to introduce to you Dr. Caleb Shull. Dr. Shull is the Director of Research and Development at the Mash-Offs, based in Carlisle, Illinois. Caleb received his Bachelor of Science degree, Master's, and PhD degree from the University of Illinois. I have had the absolute pleasure of knowing Caleb for a long, long time. He's a great thinker. He's visionary, yet at the same time very practical. And I'm excited to hear what he's got to say today about the swine technology adoption conundrum. It's certainly something we talked about a lot in boardrooms at the Carlisle office during my many wonderful years at the Mash-Offs. So let's bring Caleb out here. Let's put him up on the main stage. And Caleb, my friend, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Clayton. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, your audio sounds very good.
Good deal. Well, thanks for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation to speak. It's been a really good morning and early afternoon. I've enjoyed the presentations and I've learned a lot. A lot of good content's been discussed. I think it's an exciting time to be in the industry. As many people have said, there's technology and data and information is really changing multiple industries, the way that people are using information to learn about customer behaviors, to learn about user patterns, to really redefine business models is happening across the globe. And I think obviously we have desires to see that happen within the swine industry. Brian, I know you said you needed a minute or two to kind of go through why that's not happening as quick in swine production. Certainly, it is a complex situation. I don't know that I'm going to be able to cover adequately in 20 minutes, but I'm going to give it my best shot. Certainly, livestock and animal agriculture is complex. There are examples in dairy and poultry that are ahead of where we're at in the swine industry. I think if you look back at our production systems and barns and the management tools that we're using, they don't look a lot different than they did 5-10 years ago. I hope that's going to be different as we look 5-10 years into the future. But a lot is to be determined. There's the cost of the tools that we're using, tablets, cameras are all becoming more affordable. So it's an exciting time. But I would like to spend some time just talking through my lessons learned. Clayton, you're going to be surprised that I have very little data to share in this presentation, which is against my nature. Obviously, being the director of R&D, I do a lot of controlled work, but I wanted to share at least our learnings that we've had through our experiences with testing multiple technologies and working with a lot of different technology companies, some that have talked today. There we go. So I guess we need to start first by asking the question, why is technology needed? I think it's pretty self-explanatory, the benefit and value that data and information can have in shaping what new business models look like into the future. But especially if we look within the swine industry, though, there's clear evidence that we've increased the productivity of our animals. This black line on the chart here is the total pigs born per litter. Clearly, we see a positive trend line with increased pigs born per each sow over time. However, if we were to look at mortality as an example, those trend lines are not positive. If we look at sows, piglets, growing pigs across the board, we have mortality trends that are not headed in the right direction. I think there's multiple reasons for that. Dr. Linares talked about health monitoring. Certainly diseases are more complicated than they were, and management of diseases is more challenging than what it has been in the past. Certainly with the new PRRS strain this year, it's done a lot of damage within the industry. I think our modern pig, though, is different with its productive capacity and needs to be managed differently, which brings me to the last point, the labor issue. I know, Clayton, you mentioned that previously. It is a challenge finding skilled labor that wants to show up to work every day and wants to put the detailed, dedicated work needed to provide adequate care to our animals is a challenge. So I think technology obviously is a tool that we can use to help provide the information to make our team members more efficient at their job and to be able to, in some cases, manage more pigs more effectively. So I guess to define the conundrum, obviously technology is clearly needed in the swine industry. So why has adoption been so slow, and why do so many technologies not even get to the point we're adopting them? And then why do so many stall out on the left side of this Rogers innovation adoption curve? It's a great question, and I don't know that I have all the answers. And certainly it's something that has wrecked or really caused us to think within the MASH office around how do we accelerate innovation, because obviously we want to be on the early end of adopting, but not the bleeding edge of adoption. I think it would be interesting to look and get perspective on where the swine industry is on this bell curve, and does it match this bell curve that Rogers so adequately described. I have questions about whether the volatility in our commodity prices and we've seen massive changes in profit and loss over the last few years. Obviously, that's adds risks. Has that changed the distribution of the innovation adoption curve? Has it made producers more risk averse to taking on new risk? Because technology adoption obviously does have some inherent risk associated with it. Is that the case? I don't know, but it is something at least to consider. But again, I don't know that I have all the answers, but I'm happy to try to share my lessons learned, and hopefully it leads to some questions and some good discussion. All right, kind of continuing on the work done by Rogers, I pulled from his summary 5 factors that affect the gradient of innovation adoption. First and foremost is the attribute of the innovation. Obviously, you have to have attributes that are desirable, whether they have an economic return, whether they are attractive to the user. If that's not there, you're going to have a hard time getting innovation adopted. Second is who is involved in the decision making. We often overlook this, but the more people that you get involved in decision making, typically the longer and harder it is to get that adopted. And then who within your organization is making those decisions also influences the speed of adoption. how innovation is communicated to the user is very important. If that user doesn't understand why we're trying to adopt the innovation, if he doesn't or she doesn't understand how to use the technology, then we're going to really struggle with adoption. The culture and social system, certainly we see this even within our relatively small geography and footprint that we operate within, that we have different geographical areas that have different cultures, that have different team dynamics. So that needs to be taken into consideration and does affect innovation adoption. But also on the social side, that if we can have networks of producers that talk to each other, and you have people that champion technologies and communicate those success stories to other producers, it certainly increases our rate of adoption. And lastly, there are the change agents promotion efforts. That is one that typically is done by leadership within an organization, but can be done at all levels. But certainly the more that you have alignment across an organization that we are going to innovate and we're going to push a certain technology, the quicker that you'll be able to move. Just kind of put this into buckets, and it's not surprising that only one of those 5 really deals with the what of the technology, and the other 4 deal with the how of the technology. And it just really points out to me that technologies are only as good as the people that are using them perceive them to be. And so it's so important that we understand how people are going to use them, what people's needs are. And if we don't consider that, we're starting from a bad position. So just to kind of hit on those topics a little bit more and discuss some attributes of some successful technologies that we've implemented within the MASH-OFFs. And this is a list of 5. There's obviously more than this, but these are just a few that I've found that if you're going to have success at getting a technology implemented, it typically has these characteristics, or at least a few of these characteristics. First is a compelling value proposition. Obviously, we work in a very competitive industry, and if the profit margins are not there, or ROI on a technology is not there, we're probably not going to adopt it. That value proposition includes both the cost and the benefit, and we'll talk more about that in just a little bit. Second is it easy to implement and use? The more complex a technology is to understand, to train, to get implemented, the harder it is going to be to get constant buy-in across the board of that technology. Third is, does it make the job more enjoyable? Technologies are easiest if you have a pull from the production teams. And if you're using the technology to make the job more enjoyable, you're going to have a natural pull. So the more we can take on those characteristics, the better we're going to be as an innovation development team. Fourth is improves animal care. We have, for the most part, really good people in our organization, and I think across our industry, that really want to provide the best animal care. So if we can have technologies that allow our caretakers to achieve that and do better than what we've done in the past, is going to, again, create that natural pull. Lastly, which is closely tied to the compelling value proposition, is providing predictable outcomes. Obviously, that kind of ties back into the business risk. If the outcome doesn't work, or if we don't get the desired outcome, or the technology doesn't work, that's a big deal for us, and it doesn't take too many times of that happening before the technology gets discarded. And then also we have to understand the implication that if the technology doesn't work, what does that mean? If it's a catastrophic event, certainly that needs to be considered as well, and adds to the business risk. So I just threw a few technology examples that we've successfully implemented within our system, and kind of given them a score across those 5 attributes in terms of how they rank. If we look at antibiotics and vaccines, certainly they check a lot of boxes, and that's probably not a surprise. Those are proven and effective and are reasonably affordable and provide a good animal care, or help us to provide better animal care. So certainly checks a lot of boxes there, and gets widely, those technologies are widely used within the industry. several nutritional technologies like zinc and phytase as an example, and genetic improvement technologies. I really like those as an example of being able to do innovation in the background. We can implement those, and most people don't know them. And frankly, as the director of R&D, those are attractive because we can get value if they're demonstrated to work in controlled research. We can implement those and get value very quickly and get fairly repeatable and predictable outcomes. I have post-cervical artificial insemination on the list as well. This is one that has a compelling value proposition, not necessarily because of the value that it creates, but it's very affordable. So it makes it compelling from that standpoint. It's easy to use, allows the caretakers to have an easier breeding process, and then also has resulted in predictable outcomes. So the last one on this list is web-based ventilation controllers is a unique example. It's the only one on the list that doesn't, at least in my opinion, provide a compelling value proposition. I don't know that we've fully captured how we're going to earn a return on that investment, but yet we've went ahead and made the decision to put the web-based ventilation controllers in our new buildings, if for no other reason, so that we don't have obsolete equipment in our buildings into the future. So there's a potential lesson learned there, that if you want technologies to get adopted, take away the alternatives. But also there is some attractiveness to those web-based ventilation controllers in terms of what they may enable in the future. They are relatively easy to use and implement. I guess that one probably could be debated, but they've taken those old controllers and put them on screens that are fairly easy to use. And typically they do make the job more enjoyable because they can potentially eliminate trips back to the barn if they can log in and see what's going on in the barn remotely. So just a few examples of successful technologies. Obviously, you see a lot of those boxes checked, and it's not a surprise. As we flip through to maybe some technologies that haven't been as successful within our system, just a few examples here: auto sort, single fixed time AI, microbial technologies, phytogenics, immunocastration. You see less of those boxes checked and more question marks. I think that's not surprising. And as we continue to evaluate new technologies, we need to try, as innovation companies, need to try to check as many of these as possible. And I think the more we can do that, the quicker rate of adoption we'll see. Looking next to some smart technology examples, very similar to the last slide in terms of technologies that have maybe not had as rapid of adoption. We see a lot of check marks, mostly in the compelling value proposition. While most of these technologies, and by the way, we've looked at or are currently looking at technologies in each of these buckets, but most of them don't necessarily have clearly defined value propositions. And those value propositions can be somewhat difficult to measure. We're in the process of trying to understand what measurements we need from a data perspective to better manage our populations. And the more that startup companies or tech companies can work with production systems to help understand that and really start to check some of these boxes, rather than leaving them with question marks, the better off we'll be as an industry. Just to go a little bit deeper onto creating a compelling value proposition, I think first and foremost, the swine industry is benchmarked on cost of production for the most part. However, most of these technologies that we've talked about are typically measured on the ability to deliver value. So there's this obvious disconnect that we're measuring performance based on cost, and they're trying to deliver value. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we talk to production companies, or as tech companies work with production companies, that they have to come in with the cost mindset. And cost doesn't only include the capital cost of the technology or the development cost or even the operating cost. It also includes the implementation difficulty, the time that it's going to take people, or distraction that it's going to cause people within the organization to get the technology implemented. So we have to think in terms of the implications of on the cost side to the business, And I love the approach that BJ and others have talked about in terms of incremental improvements and coming in at a low cost. And Scott mentioned the business model, getting that business model right so that you can minimize the cost on the front end, improve these technologies, and try to better understand what value they bring within your system. On the value side, the more that we can put tangible metrics around the value that's created, whether that be mortality improvements, average daily gain improvements, pigs per sow per year improvements, or sort loss in the context of weight prediction, the more that we're going to be successful. Sometimes those are difficult to measure and require multiple barns and multiple geographies to really try to quantify what that tangible metric improvement is. But the more that we can focus on that, the more producers will be comfortable making these investments. The intangible value drivers, enabling future opportunities, is something that is hard to put a measure on, but something that obviously needs to be taken into a consideration. The people impact is hugely important, as we've talked about previously. The more that we can support people retention, provide tools for people to do their job better, the more that we're going to get buy-in from technologies. And then lastly we've talked about it all day, but business transparency, having the ability to learn things that we don't even know today about our business and what drives human behavior, what drives pig behaviors, the more we'll learn. And I think over time, value will build upon itself, and we'll be able to better understand what value these technologies are bringing. We talked about the innovation attributes. Now let's talk a little bit about the how behind these factors that are driving the gradient of innovation adoption. I think I would best describe it as oftentimes there's a gap between people developing the technologies and people using the technologies. And in this case, there's a canyon between the two parties. So I guess the question is, what can we do to bridge that gap, and why does that gap exist in the first place? There's obvious gaps from whether it be from communication. We have people that are educated in a certain fashion, engineers, data architects that struggle with communicating directly to producers. But there's opportunities to partner with organizations that allow that communication gap to be filled. There's competency gaps. I mentioned data architects and engineers. We don't necessarily have that skill set, and it's another reason why we should partner with companies that have that skill set. But we don't necessarily always have that competency set that can directly tie into what's needed. And even sometimes infrastructure, IT systems don't necessarily lend themselves to integration in a way. Scott did a really good job around all the backend, describing all the backend systems that can cause problems. That can be a big gap. Testing environment gaps is another area that a technology, a solution, an app may work in an office or a lab setting, but you get it out into a barn in Northwest Iowa or Nebraska or Indiana or Illinois, where there's very little connectivity, or the users aren't technically savvy and don't know how to use technology or problem solve technology, we run into issues. So being able to test the technology solutions in those environments and get that feedback throughout the development phase is extremely important. So just to kind of wrap up here, what's needed to advance smart technology to the next level? I think, in my opinion, it requires a vision and commitment for the future. Scott talked about just making that leap. I think to a certain extent that's true. I think producers also have to demonstrate value along the way. I love the concept of iterative approaches and starting at a low cost proof of concept, and then adding and bolting on technologies from there. Strong relationships are key to bridge that developer user gap. We've had some strong relationships with companies that have been very beneficial both ways, helping them understand the realities of what happens on a farm and understanding the constraints and opportunities on the development side. Field R&D efforts, I think, are a must if we're going to push technology into the industry at a rapid pace. I like to call the living lab approach as needed because the technologies that we're looking at here don't necessarily always lend themselves to a controlled R&D setting. It requires, and in some cases it does, but in some cases it requires multiple barns and getting the technology in people's hands and getting feedback directly. But at the same time, we also have to have a way of measuring success. And in some cases, that takes a lot of barns if we're talking about mortality improvements. Connected systems are a requirement. A lot of talk about this. We have to have connectivity at the site. There's solutions now that weren't available 5-10 years ago, but we'll also have to be able to have systems that talk to each other. The more also that we can bolt on synergistic technologies, the more we can help defend that value proposition. While one technology itself may not be the answer, but if you add a couple of technologies that complement each other, maybe that is the way that we can defend the value. So lastly there, on the technical support, I think that's extremely important because the development doesn't end when you hand the solution off to the producer. The first time that technology doesn't work and there's not someone that can provide a quick solution, they're going to quickly lose confidence in the technology. So I'm excited about the future. We're looking at trying to build that living lab approach and looking at multiple technologies, trying to find what data is going to be most important in terms of unlocking the value that we've talked about. And I'm excited about where the future is headed for a number of reasons. I took the opportunity to go back to my childhood and bring Bugs Bunny back. I did this because to illustrate the point and start the question around, is it the fastest person or fastest company that's going to win, or is it the tortoise there that moves slow and methodically? It's a good question. I don't think it's either personally. I think it's the person that, or the company that and organizations that learn the quickest, not necessarily move the quickest. So with that, I'd like to thank you for the time and happy to answer any questions.
All right, great job, Caleb. Thank you very much for all that information. You talked about 5 attributes of successful technology implementation, and you kind of showed how you guys had stacked ranks, successful, maybe not quite as successful implementations. When you think about the weighting of those 5 categories, do you have a difference in weighting where you say, you know, some of those factors are more important than the others, or do you look at it pretty equally?
That's a really good question. I think obviously you have to have a value proposition. And that value proposition can come in some of those other attributes, obviously. But if it's not there, then that's first and foremost in my mind. I think the others all complement and add to that value proposition. If the technology has a very compelling value proposition but doesn't have any of the other boxes checked, we still may pursue it because, frankly, we're capitalists and are going to try to pursue every margin opportunity that we can. But the more boxes we can check, the easier it is for us to get comfortable with making investments.
I noticed that one of the attributes you didn't list up there, Caleb, was the ability to validate the value proposition. Is that another one that's kind of an ante to the poker game where you got to be able to do that, or are you comfortable with the theoretical value proposition driving the decision?
No, I think it's you have to measure the success of the technology, and that can come in many different ways, and really depends on what you're trying to improve. If it's a mortality improvement, for example, you can do SBC charting, you can do system analyses as you roll the technology out to try to make sure you're getting the perceived impact. If you're not, then you have to beg the question and take another look as to So why are we not seeing benefits? Because we can't add cost to our bottom line. Obviously, we're in a competitive market, so we have to get that return on the investment, and we have to measure. Otherwise, we're going to lose confidence from all of our stakeholders involved.
Yeah, understand. You talked about the living lab. I love that term. That's definitely something I'm going to use as I talk to production systems. That's certainly in some ways just a pilot smart barn, like Dr. Rosero shared with the Hanor system. Do you think, Caleb, that as you build research barns in the future, that you need to make substantial changes to the design or function of those research barns to be smart farms? Or do you think the living lab is just kind of a continuation of the research barns and then taking that one step further to the field?
Yeah, obviously the living lab is the first choice you would make is a research barn where you have all the inputs, feed, water, because it's just an obvious synergy there that you can track sensor data and all the other data that you're trying to collect back to actual performance. But in my opinion, the living lab can't just operate within a research barn. It has to be in a commercial field setting, because typically your research barns are not in all the geographies you operate within and don't have all the flows of pigs that you have in your system. So I think you have to have field sites, test sites, living labs across your system to really understand how the technology performs across the range of scenarios that you have within your system.
Yeah, very good. Well, thank you very much for the information, Caleb. It's great to see you as always, my friend. Please share my best with everybody back there at Mash-Offs. I'd start to list people to say hello and hi to, but I would waste the next 20 minutes. So good to see you, man. Tell everybody there I said hi.
It's great to see you, and you're looking good.
Thanks, buddy. You too.
Yep.
All right, that brings us to the end of our presentations. Let me start by saying thank you to all of our speakers and all of our sponsors. We could not do this without the wonderful contributions of everybody. I want to give you some of my takeaways. Certainly, you've got your own, so hopefully these either support your takeaways or maybe provide you a different bit of context to think about some things. I kind of have to start with the Maya concept, the most advanced yet achievable innovation opportunities. I've never heard that term before, but kind of like what Caleb described as the living lab. That terminology is going to carry forward with me, and it's going to be a way in which I can introduce technology as a topic to producers. We don't necessarily have to put people on the moon immediately. We can take very basic steps to try and get answers that help support decisions we have to make. I thought we had several presenters that did a good job of driving home that how we collect the data and the quality of data we collect is just as important as any wild ideas with technology that we have. Junk data in makes for junk decisions out, okay? And data that only exists on paper is not scalable. All right, data that exists on paper can make one person an excellent decision maker. It cannot make for an integrated production system that moves at the speed of today's pork industry. All right, has to be scalable, which means the data has to be accurate and electronic so that we can aggregate it, research it, and come up with questions and solutions. Key questions that you should think about asking of any innovation partner knocking on the door of your business. Data integrity needs to be one of those. I thought Brian Parker highlighted that very well. We need to get comfortable with the integrity of our data. That doesn't mean that we expect perfection. As Brian suggested, there's risk always with data integrity, but it's fair to ask those technology providers how they are going to protect the integrity of your data and make sure you're comfortable with their approach. I think it's also something where we need to ask questions of the suppliers for the entry cost of the hardware. Michael talked to you about their strategy is to make that not a barrier because they use off-the-shelf solutions, okay? There may be some other suppliers that do have expensive hardware. Maybe some of those, very good cameras and sensors are interesting to you. We'll talk to those suppliers about opportunities to cost share and to reduce the risk the financial risk of introducing that technology into your business. It sounds like companies may be somewhat open to some sort of a unique way for you to get access to the expensive hardware without all of the upfront cost immediately put in place. Transparency. Certainly you have to have come away from this event understanding that you have better transparency into your pig production systems than ever before. Companies and programs such as Leo, ProGrow, Barn Talk, EveryPig, MetaFarms, they give you transparency into your pig performance, okay? The pig doesn't lie. It's one of the most universally true sayings in pig production. The pig will never lie to you. If the performance is good, you're doing some things right. If the performance is not good, we've got some problems, okay? Now, the pig doesn't lie, but we have to do a better job of listening routinely. We can't wait for that closeout evaluation. We can't wait for that pre-fill inspection to look at how the facility is operating. We've got the ability to get in-process data, real-time data to make decisions. We would be foolish if we were not trying to take advantage of that. My number 5 take home is, do you have a smart barn pilot in your system, or a living lab as Caleb described it? Are you out there on the leading edge of innovation here? And I didn't say the bleeding edge of innovation. Everybody who talked today talked about that smart farm pilot or the living lab kind of idea. And if you're relying on other systems to do that and to run with that innovation, and you'll just catch up later, I think that's a really tough situation to be in. Number one, you're giving up opportunities in value of performance that you could have today through better problem solving, right? Pig doesn't lie. If we listen to them regularly, we can make good decisions faster. Number two, you're giving up opportunities to be a part of the sustainability revolution that's going to happen to our industry, whether we want it to or not, okay? Measuring your water consumption, measuring your energy usage. These things are going to be table stakes in the very near future. And for large production systems, they already are today. Go read the Smithfield Sustainability Report. Go read any of the big integrators that are starting to put out these sort of sustainability information pieces. You got to have the data in order to be able to do that. And our packers, our retailers, our consumers, they're expecting that from us. And then also think about market access. Think about that relative to your smart barns and use of tools such as the Barn Talk and the surveillance grid, where they can identify who's coming in and out of the farms. Think about the data that MetaFarms talked about, where the transportation data, okay? If we have an FAD outbreak, a foreign animal disease outbreak here in the United States, it will be chaos. You will need market access, and you will need it as fast as you can possibly get it. If you have the ability to generate the data that your state animal health officials need to allow you to move your pigs to market, you'll be at the front of the line to do that as soon as we're allowed to. You've heard about the 72-hour shutdown. That's going to happen, and it'll probably be longer than that. You have to be at the front of the line, ready to move pigs when you have the opportunity to. And as I think about that smart barn concept, don't let best be the enemy of better, all right? Perfection is a concept. Perfection is the enemy of everything, okay? Take incremental steps. Start with understanding if you have feed in the bins. Don't worry about measuring it down to the actual gram of feed that's there. Take incremental steps that are practical and cost-effective for your business. Ask yourself, what's the risk of being wrong? If the risk of being wrong is I'm out 40 or 50 bucks a month, that's not a big deal, right? That's not something that's going to wreck your business. And if the risk of being wrong is low and acceptable, take a chance. Take an evaluation and see if that innovation opportunity is good for you. I like the concept of technical debt, okay? And I think that we run a risk as pig producers. If we aren't understanding these technologies, we will build up a pile of technical debt that may come forward during that foreign animal disease outbreak. It may come forward during industry-changing events like Prop 12 that are going to require transparency for participants in those market opportunities. All right, last but not least, I do want to point out that we've got a survey tool available. So go into the chat. They've made that link very present right up here at the top. See that blue line? Go get in there to the chat. Go fill out the survey. Really appreciate the feedback that you can provide. Be gentle on the moderator, okay? But in all honesty, please give the Swine It team some feedback. All of us as speakers and presenters feedback. It's an honor to be able to do this for you, and we certainly want to improve the quality of information we provide over time. And with that, I want to thank all of our sponsors for this year's event. I want to thank the folks at MetaFarms. I want to thank the folks at Barn Tools, Summit Smart Farms, Scove, Prairie Systems, and the Leo Group, and EveryPig. Thank you very much for your sponsorship of this event. Thank you to the speakers. And it's really my honor to wrap this up by saying that we look forward to inviting you to next year's event. Put it on the calendar. July 20th, 364 days away, we're going to do this again. So with that, I hope everybody has taken home some good practical applications for their business. Appreciate your time today, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much.